In February, however, with the Irving Committee beginning its work, the President was concerned that all of the available facts be made known. And also a statement on page 10 to the effect, during this period, the point was frequently raised by various people, including primarily the President, that the whole story of the Watergate should be made public. Do you know any action the President took subsequent to the establishment of this committee and prior to the time this committee started to function, which showed his concern that all the available facts in respect to the Watergate be made known?
Mr. Chairman, I must testify to the contrary, that I think some of the documents that I have submitted regarding Mr. Haldeman's specific instructions to me on dealing with what was called the Watergate tactics, and then the subsequent meetings where there were efforts to woo members of this committee, the discussions of executive privilege to prevent the testimony of people from the White House, could well be concluded to evidence quite the contrary intention.
In the Senate of the United States, a resolution to establish a select committee of the Senate to conduct an investigation and study of the extent, if any, to which illegal, improper, or unethical activities were engaged in by any persons acting individually or in combination with others in the presidential election of 1972, or any campaign, canvass, or other activity related to it.
From Washington, NPAC brings you gavel-to-gavel videotape coverage of today's hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here is NPAC senior correspondent Robert McNeil.
Good evening. John Dean weathered his fourth day as a Watergate witness today and was subjected to questions submitted directly by the White House. They did not shake his charge that President Nixon, as well as former presidential aides John Ehrlichman and H.R. Haldeman, were fully aware of the Watergate cover-up. The White House now maintains that Dean, Magruder, and Mitchell were the villains. But after Dean had answered White House questions for more than an hour, questions by members of the committee tended to elaborate or strengthen his testimony. There was also a dramatic sidelight today when Senator Weicker, the Connecticut Republican, charged that the administration had been trying to interfere with the committee and to discredit him as a member. Weicker said he'd complained to the special federal prosecutor Archibald Cox about several recent incidents, while Senator Baker threatened that the committee itself would investigate any evidence of attempts to tamper with the committee. But the main point of the day was that John Dean remained as cool and determined as he has all week.
After listening to John Dean for 4 days and questioning him for more than an hour, Senator Howard Baker decided he needs more information, and he thinks that information should come from the White House. After the hearing, Baker talked about that with NPAC's Peter Kay.
No, I think the record can't be complete without someone from the White House supplying information. Exactly how that's done depends on who you're talking about. What I was doing with John Dean today was trying to establish a framework that contains the material and important elements of the crucial question. That is, what did the President know and when did he know it? And to establish that framework, those material and important aspects of his testimony, so that we'd have a ready reference to the testimony of witnesses who've gone before or witnesses who'll come hereafter. On your point, however, in some instances, one that Mr. Dean spoke of today in September of 1972 and in others that he will speak of in further examination and has already referred to in his statement, there were meetings when only he and the President were there, or only he, the President, in one case, Mr. Haldeman. It seems to me that the committee ought to have the totality of that testimony. I don't even suggest, I would not presume to suggest how we go about receiving testimony or information from the President of the United States. I think it's a fundamental tenet of the separation of powers that we can't compel it.
But you think you should have it.
But notwithstanding that we can't compel it, we need it, and I hope we can get it in a useful way.
Senator Baker talked about other aspects of the committee investigation, and we'll have more from that interview at the end of the hearings.
The senators in the fourth day with Dean went over some old ground that raised new questions about the president. As we've been doing each evening, here is NPAC's hour-by-hour viewing guide. In hour number 1, John Dean answers more questions prepared by the White House. Pressed about using a strategy to get immunity, Dean says, "I planted no stories with newsmen in an effort to impress the prosecutors." Asked about his White House duties in the area of domestic intelligence, Dean says that several times he restrained crazy schemes suggested by others. In the second hour, Dean describes Mr. Nixon's reaction when he gave him what Dean calls his cancer on the presidency speech about the cover-up, and he's questioned about his role in drawing up domestic intelligence plans that would authorize surreptitious entry into homes and offices. In the third hour, it is Chairman Ervin's turn to question Dean about the White House attitude toward anti-war demonstrations. He asks if intellectual fear outweighed physical fear, and he suggests that a number of agencies were used improperly, including the Internal Revenue Service, which Ervin says was perverted to harass people. In the fourth hour, Dean testifies about a White House counteroffensive that the president wanted launched against Democratic lawsuits. Dean also claims he told the president that the cover-up could not be continued indefinitely at the level of Gordon Liddy. In the fifth hour, it is Senator Weiker's turn to make some new charges. He says government officials were engaged in illegal, unconstitutional, and gross activities. He goes into details on each category, and he also reveals that after a series of pressures from the White House, he went to the federal prosecutors. And now the hearings themselves are just beginning with Senator Inouye of Hawaii.
Indicated last evening that the memo which I presented to the committee might not have been an official document of the White House. However, about 15 minutes ago, I had a personal chat with Mr. Fred Bazard, I believe. Is that the way you pronounce his name? Bazard. And he indicated to me that these questions were, in fact, prepared by his office, and he was desirous that I would use them in my interrogation of you, sir. Mr. Dean, before proceeding, may I ask one question? We have been advised that these questions have appeared in the New York Times. Have you seen those questions?
No, I have not.
With that, Mr. Chairman, I wish to now proceed with the questions which were prepared by the Office of the Special Counsel to the President of the United States, J. Fred Bazard.
Mr. Inouye?
Yes, sir.
I would like to advise the committee that I have seen the New York Times this morning, that I didn't see the questions. I looked at some photographs in the Times, and that I haven't discussed the contents of the Times with my client, and I'd like to make that statement on behalf of Mr. McCandless, and if you'd like to put us under oath, we're both willing to be sworn.
Mr. Chairman, I don't think that is necessary, sir.
No, my experience around Washington is that if several people get a hold of a document, that the thing is more than likely to appear in the morning's paper, if not be telecast that night. I think that protection of information around Washington is about as much as the protection which a sieve affords to the passage of water. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Dean, you quote the President as saying on February the 27th that Haldeman and Ehrlichman were principals in the Watergate matter, and that therefore you could be more objective. What did you understand by this?
Frankly, Senator, I never understood what the President was saying when he said that they were principals. Before he said that, he told me that the involvement of their time in dealing with Watergate matters was taking them away from their other duties, and then he also added to me that they were principals in this matter, and therefore that he thought I could be very objective in it, and that was what subsequently prompted me the next day later to make sure that he understood that I felt I was also a principal.
Mr. Dean, did you have any evidence then or now that Mr. Ehrlichman had prior knowledge of the break-in?
That he had prior knowledge?
Yes, sir.
No, I did not, or I do not now.
The second question. Mr. Dean, if the President was referring to post-June 17th events, were you not equally a, quote, principal, end quote, as you claim to have indicated to the President on September the 15th?
Well, as I just mentioned in answering the last question, when the President raised this, it stuck in my mind, and I returned the next day, and after thinking about what he'd said, and told him that I also thought I was a principal and that he should understand that. And then began to explain to him why I thought I was involved in an obstruction of justice, and he said, you don't have any legal problems in this matter, and the discussion was terminated.
Your 245-page statement is remarkable for the detail with which it recounts events and conversations occurring over a period of many months. It is particularly remarkable in view of the fact that you indicated that it was prepared without benefit of notes or a daily diary. Would you describe what documents were available to you in addition to those which have been identified as exhibits?
What I did in preparing this statement, I had kept a newspaper clipping file from roughly June 17th up until about the time these hearings started, when I stopped doing any clipping with any regularity. It was by going through every single newspaper article, outlining what had happened, and then placing myself in what I had done in a given sequence of time. I was aware of all of the principal activities I'd been involved in, the dealings I'd had with others in relationship to these activities. Many times things were in response to press activities or press stories would result in further activities. I had a good memory of most of the highlights of things that had occurred. And it was through this process and being extremely careful in my recollection, particularly of the meetings with the President. Before I did leave the White House, while I was ultimately denied access to the logs, I called the man who was in charge of keeping the logs and asked him if he could give me a list of all my meetings with the President. He did so on an informal basis before he realized that when I sent a formal memorandum asking for more information and a formal confirmation, that then they denied me that information when I sent the formal memorandum.
Are you suggesting that your testimony was primarily based upon press accounts?
No, sir. I'm saying I used the press accounts as one of the means to trigger my recollection of what had occurred during given periods of time.
Am I to gather from this that you had great faith in the reporting in the press?
No, I'm saying that what was happening is that this sequentially, many times White House activities related to a response to a given press activity. I did not have the benefit. In fact, the statement might even be more detailed, Senator, if I'd had the benefit of all of the Ziegler briefings, where some of these questions came up very specifically in press briefings as to given events at that time, but I didn't have the benefit of those.
In addition to your press clipping, the log, what are the sources that you use in the process of reconstruction?
Well, Senator, I think I have a good memory. I think that anyone who recalls my student years knew that I was very fast at recalling information, retaining information. I was the type of student who didn't have to work very hard in school because I do have a memory that I think is good.
Have you always had...
I might also add this, that I did have an opportunity to go through my daily chrono files, which was another part of the process. Plus, while I was at Camp David, I had sent for some files in preparation of the report I was writing up there. So I did have some documentary materials, many of which have been submitted to the committee, some of the exhibits that the committee has. And from these, I was very easily able to put in time sequence various specifics.
The next question, have you always had a facility for recalling the details of conversations which took place many months ago?
I didn't hear you, Senator.
Have you always had a facility for recalling the details of conversations which took place many months ago?
Well, I would like to start with the President of the United States. It was not a regular activity for me to go in and visit with the President. For most Americans, it's not a regular activity to go in and visit with the President. For most of the members of the White House staff, it's not a daily activity. When you meet with the President of the United States, it's a very momentous occasion, and you tend to remember what the President of the United States says when you have a conversation with him. With regard to others, some of the things, for example, the Deep Six conversation and the shredding of documents was so vivid in my memory because of the circumstances that occurred that it was very indelibly put in my mind. Going back even while I was at the Justice Department to seeking the information on Mary Jo Kopechne, that's the sort of thing that would stick in a person's mind because of the nature of the sensitivity of the information being sought. So I'd say I have an ability to recall not specific words necessarily, but certainly the tenor of a conversation and the gist of a conversation. I'd like to give another example. I remember I referred at one point in one of the meetings I had with the President, after Mr. Gray had made the statement about that he had jolly well proceeded with the investigation at the White House, despite the fact that Mr. Dean had been sitting in on the investigations. Well, now I remember vividly when the President mimicked Mr. Gray in saying this and saying it was absurd. That sort of thing is very easy to remember and sticks very clearly in one's mind.
Then why is it, Mr. Dean, that you are not able to recall precisely the accounts of the meeting of September the 15th, very likely the most important meeting in the year 1972?
Well, I think I have recalled that meeting.
If I recall, in your colloquy with Mr. Gurney, with Senator Gurney, your response was, I had an impression.
Well, we were talking about the one line out of the first part of the meeting. I would recall to the Senator that after I'd had the conversation, after I was sat down and the President told me that Bob had said that you'd done a good job, and then I turned to the fact of I said that I couldn't take responsibility for this alone myself. I remember a sequence of events in the conversation ending up with something when we were discussing a book I was reading. I remember very vividly the book I was reading at the time, and we discussed it.
Is it your testimony that you cannot recall precisely what the President said to you?
Can I repeat the very words he used?
Yes.
I cannot repeat the very words he used, no, sir. As I explained to Senator Gurney, my mind is not a tape recorder, but it certainly receives the message that's being given.
Did you take any notes of this meeting?
Of the September 15th meeting?
Yes, sir.
No, sir, and I didn't take notes of other meetings, and for a very specific reason. I recall at one time Mr. Moore saying to me, John, you're having a lot of meetings with the President. You ought to be recording these. Some of the things that were being discussed in these meetings, I didn't want to make records of, Senator.
Why, sir?
I thought they were very incriminating to the President of the United States.
Mr. Chairman, this is not part of the question, but could you advise this committee what sort of information
Well,
you had received?
I have recalled most of it in my testimony regarding the conversation on clemency for Mr. Hunt, the $1 million conversation when the president told me there would be no problem to raise $1 million on the 13th. I didn't think documents like this should be around the White House because the White House has a similar problem as far as information getting out.
Did you discuss this September 15th meeting with anyone at that time or at any time since?
I believe when I came out of the meeting, I told Mr. Fielding of my office that I'd spent about 30, 40 minutes with the president, and Mr. Fielding did not have full knowledge of my activities at this time, but I told him the fact that the meeting had occurred and that the president seemed very pleased with the job that I had been doing thus far. I think Mr. Fielding probably had a general awareness without any specifics of the fact that I was involved in assisting with the cover-up.
You've indicated in your testimony that you were certain after the September 15th meeting that the president was fully aware of the cover-up, did you not?
Yes, sir.
And you further testified that you believe that you had won your spurs in handling the cover-up by February 27th when you were told by the president that you would report to him directly. Isn't that correct?
I don't believe I used the word gotten my spurs. I think that was another characterization when I said I thought I'd earned my stripes.
If that was the case, why did you feel it necessary on February the 27th to tell the president that you had been participating in a cover-up and therefore might be chargeable with obstruction of justice?
Because on the preceding day, he had indicated to me that Mr. Haldeman and Mr. Ehrlichman were principals, and I was wrestling with what he meant by that. And I wanted him to know that I felt also that I was a principal. And so I wanted him to be able to assess whether I could be objective in reporting directly to him on the matter.
If the president was aware on September the 15th of your cover-up, wasn't he aware that you were implicated also?
I would think so, but I didn't understand his remark at the time.
Then why was it necessary on February the 27th to advise him that you were guilty of obstruction of justice?
Because, as I said, Senator, when he mentioned the fact that Mr. Ehrlichman and Mr. Haldeman were principals, I didn't understand what he meant. I wanted to make it clear to him that I felt I also had legal problems, and I had been involved in the obstruction of justice. And anytime I was in the Oval Office, I didn't want to withhold anything from the president at any time, and felt that any information that he was seeking or came out as a result of the conversation, that I should give it to him.
If you were not clear as to whether the president clearly understood, are you suggesting that on September the 15th he did not clearly understand what was happening?
I have testified that one of the reasons I sought the meeting on the 21st is because I didn't think the president fully understood the implications of the cover-up, the fact that people had been involved in obstruction of justice. And I wanted to make it very clear to him that this was my interpretation of the situation. And at that time, I did have access to the president. When he did call me the night before, I did raise it and felt that I should go in and tell him the implications of this entire matter.
If you felt that the President of the United States did not fully understand the implications on February the 27th, how did you expect the President to understand the implications on September the 15th of the prior year?
When I went in on the 15th of the prior year, as I say, this was sort of a congratulations, good job, John. Bob's told me what you've been doing. At the time, we went on to discuss other aspects of the efforts to prevent the entire matter from coming out before the election. We talked about when the civil suit would proceed. We talked about when the criminal suit would be tried. The discussion at that time was very The President was asking most of the questions, and I was giving very short answers. I might also add that I was very unused to going into the President's office. I was extremely nervous when I was before him. This is the first time I'd ever really had a sort of a one-on-one session with him. The other meetings I'd been in, there'd been many other members of the staff. I hadn't done most of the talking. Rather, I was the man who was in there taking notes or taking other people into the meetings. So I would answer his questions and listen and do the best I could to report.
Did you and your counsel develop a strategy for obtaining immunity from prosecution? And what were the elements of that strategy?
Well, I recall the chairman starting to raise that question yesterday. And first of all, I don't know what is meant by a strategy for immunity. What happened is my counsel went down and began discussing, first of all, how the prosecutors could hear my testimony to make their own determination as prosecutors as to what they wanted to do with me, whether I was to be a witness, whether I was to be a defendant, and the like. I went to counsel because I'd made my determination that I was going to go to the prosecutors and tell them what I knew about the case. But there's an old saying that all lawyers know, that the lawyer who represents himself is a fool. I didn't feel that I could be objective about my situation. I sought out a man whose judgment I would respect with regard to the criminal law, and he said, John, if I'm going to represent you, you have to take my counsel. Otherwise, you don't need a lawyer if you just want to walk down there. I said, well, I think I'd take counsel. I'm a lawyer myself, and I think to follow counsel is a good idea.
I wish to follow this question with my own question, if I may.
Excuse me, Senator.
Yes, sir.
I didn't want to register a timely objection to your last question since it bears so heavily on the issue of credibility. However, for future proceedings, I would like to note in the record that when we came before you gentlemen, you took away our Fifth Amendment right by virtue of the use immunity which was conferred by Judge Sirica at your request. You have not taken away our Sixth Amendment right, and we have not surrendered it for future proceedings.
This is understood, sir.
Thank you.
I will go back to the White House questions again. Didn't your strategy include deliberate leaks of information to the media on what you had told investigators and what you might be prepared to testify about in the future?
Senator, any testimonial areas, I dealt directly with the appropriate investigative form. I conceived of no strategy to leak my testimony or anything of that nature. In fact, any comments I've had with the press, I believe, are a matter of public record, and I think that most of the press know that I have refused on countless occasions to give what I consider testimonial areas.
How were these contacts with the media handled?
Well, I did have a number of inquiries that came not directly to me because I've made myself inaccessible to the press as possible. As I believe the Senator is aware, there were a number of attacks about my character. They have been ongoing and continuous. My counsel would call and ask me questions about these, and I would give them what my assessment of the given attack was.
Who represented you, and what individual members of the press were contacted?
I can't answer that, Senator, because I don't know. As I say, I'm aware of the contacts I had with the press, but there were stacks of calls that came in, apparently, from my attorney's offices, and I don't know I know that they had a rather standard policy of not returning those calls.
Mr. Dean, were any of the stories or quotes attributed to you or sources close to you inaccurate?
Yes, they were.
If so, what, if any, steps did you take to correct these stories?
Well, as I said, I'm in a delicate position. If I come out into testimonial areas, I can be accused of trying to generate publicity. I already, as a result of my appearance up here, have serious legal problems as a result of the publicity generated by this. I have not read the press with regularity at all since these hearings have commenced. I did see a Newsweek piece, for example, when they said that they attributed to me some story about a Panamanian assassination. Now, I have no more idea what they're talking about, just none at all. And
the next question, Mr. Dean, is rather lengthy. Mr. Dean, one point of distinction you drew in your testimony puzzles me. You have testified that you had received and placed in your safe the sum of $15,200, which you never turned over to anyone because you didn't want funds you had physically handled to be used for payments to the Watergate defendants. You also testified that you called Mr. Stans and asked him for $22,000 to make the $350,000 fund whole, and that you had your deputy, Mr. Fielding, go to Mr. Stans's office, pick up the money, and later deliver it directly to Mr. Strawn, knowing that $22,000 would probably be used for payments to the Watergate defendants. Now, do you mean to imply that you think there is some moral basis for this distinction, or were you just being cautious to protect yourself technically from committing the criminal offense of obstructing justice at the expense of implicating your deputy?
Well, if you recall my testimony on that, when I spoke with Mr. Stans, I told him Mr. Fielding would be over to pick up the package. I also informed Mr. Stans that Mr. Fielding would not know what he was picking up. I was quite surprised and I must say annoyed when Mr. Fielding came back and told me that he had realized that he had received cash. I did not have any desire to involve Mr. Fielding in this because he had not been involved in it before that. I assumed when he was making the trip that he would be no more than an innocent agent in the matter, and he'd be unknowing as to what he was doing. I still think to this day he didn't know what the full purpose of that money was, and I told him at the time, I said, well, don't worry about it. It's nothing for you to be concerned about.
Mr. Dean, you have testified as to your close working relationship to your deputy, Mr. Fielding. It was he who you sent to pick up the $22,000 from Mr. Stans, he who helped you to sort the documents from Mr. Hunt's safe, and he who went to England to retrieve Mr. Young's secretary. Did Mr. Fielding know that you were involved in a conspiracy to obstruct justice, perjure testimony, and pay defendants for their silence?
I have no idea what Mr. Fielding knew. I didn't discuss these things with him. When he, to the best of my knowledge, his involvement merely was dealing with the going through the material in Mr. Hunt's safe with me, and then dealing with Miss Chenau and going to England and get her to brief her, and he also assisted in briefing Mr. Krogh, and he also accompanied me when Mr. Ehrlichman requested that he join me in preparing himself for his interview before the FBI because it related to matters with the plumbers unit, and Mr. Fielding had become familiar with some of the problems of the plumbers unit as a result of dealing with Miss Chenau, and he had also talked to David Young, who was in the plumbers unit, so he was more knowledgeable than I was, and that's the extent, to the best of my knowledge, of Mr. Fielding's knowledge.
Mr. Dean, if your deputy, Mr. Fielding, who worked so closely with you and who carried out some of your missions connected with the conspiracy, had absolutely no knowledge of the cover-up conspiracy, how do you so blithely assume that others on the White House staff, and even the President, did know of your conspiracy?
Did know of my conspiracy?
Yes, sir.
Well, I wouldn't classify it as my conspiracy. I would say that I was involved with others in a cover-up operation. I recall on countless occasions Mr. Fielding complaining to me that I was leaving him out. I wasn't explaining to him what I was doing. We had had a very close working relationship. I think today Mr. Fielding is very happy that I did not tell him what I was doing or involve him any more than the degree he was involved in the entire matter. In fact, he has subsequently thanked me for not involving him.
The question was, if I may repeat it again, if your deputy, Mr. Fielding, who worked so closely with you and who carried out some of your missions connected with the conspiracy, had absolutely no knowledge of the cover-up conspiracy, how do you so blithely assume that others on the White House staff and even the President did know of the conspiracy?
Well, as I say, I don't know how many other people on the White House staff knew of the conspiracy to, not my conspiracy, but the general cover-up conspiracy. I certainly know that I was getting instructions from Mr. Haldeman and Ehrlichman, and I know of my conversations with the President. I know that there were other people on the staff who were quite aware of the fact that the White House was not bearing its soul in this matter. There were, as I said, parallel cover-up situations with regard to Mr. Segretti, where people who were not involved in other aspects became involved in that. There was the Patman hearing, where it was quite evident the White House did not want to have the Patman hearings. There were a series of various phases to the cover-up, and various people in the White House knew.
Mr. Dean, beginning in late May and early June, there were a series of newspaper stories reporting with what you had told various investigators as quoted sources close to you as to what you had said. A number of these news reports, for example, the page 1 story in the Washington Post of June the 3rd, alleged that you began your private meetings with the President either early in the year or, as in the case of this particular story, beginning on January the 1st. According to your testimony, your first private meeting with the President in 1973 was not until February 27th. Did you or did you not tell investigators and or friends that you began meeting with the President personally either the first of the year or beginning January the 1st? And were these stories an attempt to exaggerate the length of time which you had been dealing directly with the President and by implication imparting to him knowledge of the Watergate?
Senator, is where the source of that story came from, I don't have any idea. It certainly was not from me. I always, in dealing with any of the investigators from either this committee or from the prosecutor's office, told them exactly what I knew. I don't know of any exaggeration at any time in any place regarding my knowledge of this matter. So I can't, it's obviously a loaded question that I don't know how to answer other than to say what I've just said.
Is it your testimony that the first private meeting you had with the President of the United States in the year 1973 was on February the 27th?
That is correct.
Mr. Dean, the number of source stories containing allegations against the President attributed directly or indirectly to you over the last 4 or 5 weeks...
Excuse me, Senator. I do recall... did you say private meetings? There was, after the inauguration, there was a church service meeting, as I recall, where I had a brief encounter with the President where he actually stopped me in the reception line as a result of an incident that had occurred during the inauguration that may be relevant. I hadn't planned to discuss this, but if the committee wishes me to show my recollection of dealings with the President, this may be well relevant. When going to right after the inauguration, or during the inauguration, apparently there was a demonstrator who ran through the police lines and towards the President's car. That night, the head of the Secret Service detail protecting the President called me and told me that the President was quite angry and anxious to do something about this man charging at the president's car. The man had made it about 5 feet from the curb before he'd been knocked down by Secret Service agents. I don't think anybody in the whole world was watching the inauguration on television saw it. I certainly did not. Mr. Taylor, when he called me, said, "What do I do? The president wants something done." I said, "Well, you just tell the president you've reported it to me and I'll check into it," which I did. The next Sunday morning when I was going to the reception line, the president pulled me aside and said to me, "I want something done about that man, that fellow that charged the car." I had looked into the case. The best this man could be charged with was a collateral offense for breaking police lines. There was no assassination attempt. There was no evidence of anything like that. He was merely trying to make a point, as many demonstrators do, by being arrested in a public forum to make his protest. I had occasion to request the Secret Service to make a full investigation of the matter. They said that they, after examining the man, had released him. I also talked to Mr. Peterson at the Justice Department and Mr. Silbert at the Justice Department, and they told me there's no case here because they had talked to the Secret Service. Meanwhile, I was receiving further reports from Mr. Haldeman saying, "What are you going to do with this man? We want a case made against him." That's one where I just quietly let it go away because there was no case.
Mr. Dean, the number of source stories containing allegations against the president attributed directly or indirectly to you over the last 4 or 5 weeks have been most numerous. Do you deny that these stories were planted in a calculated attempt to influence federal prosecutors to believe you had such important testimony that they should give you transactional immunity from the crimes which you have committed in return for your testimony against others?
I gave my testimony directly to the prosecutors. I planted no stories at all to do that, and the prosecutors certainly wouldn't make any decision based on what they are reading in the newspaper. They'd want to hear it directly from me, and I was dealing directly with the prosecutors. As likewise with Mr. Dash, when he began to interview me to find out what the scope of my knowledge was, to make a decision for this committee as to whether they wish to grant me immunity.
Mr. Dean, the May 14, 1973 edition of Newsweek carried a long article about you and your prospective testimony. In this article, you were quoted a number of times, and in many instances, the quotes in that article were word by word identical to the testimony you have given this week. Indeed, for the most part, this Newsweek article was a very accurate preview summary of the lengthy statement which you detailed before this committee. There are, however, several very noticeable differences. One difference is an omission from the testimony you gave here. You told this committee that when the President discussed the matter of your investigation of Watergate, you did not tell him you made no such investigation. The Newsweek article, however, reports that in your meeting with the President of March 21st, and I quote, "Dean also bore down hard," he said, "on the fact that there had never been any study clearing White House staffers." Mr. Nixon replied that he had had verbal reports of Dean's work, but the counsel insisted, quote, "Nobody asked me for a report, Mr. President," end quote, he said. Quote, "I did not go around asking people questions in their offices. There was no report," end quote. At this point, sources quoted Dean as saying that, quote, "The President came out of his chair," end quote, into a half crouch of astonishment and shock. If the Newsweek account is correct, Mr. Dean, the President's reaction was most inconsistent with that to which you have testified before this committee. Did you or did you not tell the President that you had never conducted an investigation, and have you made the statement previously that, quote, "The President came out of his chair into a half crouch of astonishment and shock"?
Well, I've testified here already that I've never seen the President come out of his chair. in that manner. I recall the interview that you're talking about, and the ground rules for that interview, my wife was present with me, and she'll recall that well. Mr. McCandless was with me, and the rules were set that I would enter into no what I considered testimonial areas at all of a substantive nature regarding my direct dealings with the President. I was asked if I had prepared an investigation or done an investigation, and to that I merely just said no. As I say, the interview that was given and that story do not meet with what I told the reporter, because I said anything I say I want for attribution. I'm not giving you anything on background or the like, and I will not enter into testimonial areas, and it was very clearly understood that I wouldn't. I would recall to the Senator again that at this time I was coming under increasing character assassination attacks. People said, John, you just can't sit down and take that. You've got to come out and say at least a few words that you're living and breathing and a real human being, and that's the reason I held that interview.
Mr. Dean, if I recall correctly, you testified to this committee that it was not your idea for Magruder's diary to be altered, nor were you aware before Mr. Magruder testified before the grand jury last September that Mr. Magruder would testify that the first meeting appearing in his diary had been canceled and the second meeting had been to discuss election laws. On both of these points, your testimony is in direct conflict with the sworn testimony of Mr. Magruder. Are we to believe that Mr. Magruder lied as to these details concerning you? And if that is your position, what could Mr. Magruder's motive for lying about the details of the manner in which Mr. Magruder's perjury was conceived?
Well, Senator, I'll stand on my testimony and not on the conclusions drawn in the question that has been propounded by you at the request of the White House.
Mr. Dean, Mr. Magruder also testified that Mr. Liddy told him that you, among others, had indicated to him that he would have $1 million for his plans, which he had been working on before he even came to the committee. You testified, on the other hand, that you were surprised when Mr. Liddy briefed his $1 million intelligence plan to Mr. Mitchell in your presence. To what motive do you attribute Mr. Liddy's report to Mr. Magruder that you knew about his extensive plan before you saw them in Mr. Mitchell's office?
Well, if the Senator will check the exhibits, there's one of the exhibits in there where I had an interview or a discussion with Mr. Mitchell. At that time, Mr. Mitchell reported to me that Magruder had made this statement to him. My response at that time to Mr. Mitchell was that I had no recollection at all of ever making such a statement to Mr. Liddy, and I can't conceive of the statement being made for this reason. I was quite aware of the fact that a far different plan, Operation Sandwich, that had a $500,000 budget suggestion, had been deemed to be far more than necessary for anything to deal with even the security problems that were going to confront the campaign.
Mr. Dean, just prior to taking Mr. Liddy to meet Mr. Magruder in early December 1971, did you and Mr. Liddy not have a meeting with Mr. Eagle Krogh? And did you not at that time tell Mr. Liddy he would have $1 million for intelligence gathering at the committee?
I don't recall. I recall a meeting with Mr. Krogh and Mr. Liddy when I described the job. And I don't recall specifying a dollar amount as to what the intelligence for dealing with demonstrators would be. I have no recollection of that, Senator. No, sir.
This is my question. Is it a matter of recollection, or did it actually happen?
Well, as I said,
I'm very much impressed by your power of recollection.
Well, as I say, I remember very well the meeting with Mr. Krogh. The meeting was, at the time, I was describing the job to Mr. Liddy. The thrust of the description of the job was the fact that he would be the general counsel of the re-election committee. I said one of the responsibilities he would have would be for dealing with the potential problems of demonstrators. I don't recall at that time any extensive discussion at all as to, how this plan would operate, what it would involve, what would be the substance of it, because I never did, in fact, discuss this with Mr. Liddy at all.
Did you discuss any sums? Money?
I might have told him at that time whatever he feels is necessary will probably be allotted to him after he presents his plan, but he didn't really have a plan in mind himself at that time.
Wouldn't the sum of $1 million be significant enough for you to remember?
I have no recollection of $1 million, as I've repeated earlier. In fact, to the contrary, that seems like an extremely high amount.
I will now return to the White House questions. Mr. Dean, Mr. Magruder testified that in March 1972, Mr. Liddy had threatened to kill Mr. Magruder, and that Mr. Magruder made a decision to terminate Mr. Liddy's employment. In this connection, Mr. Magruder testified that he received a call from you encouraging him not to become personally concerned about Mr. Liddy and not to let personal animosity get in the way of Mr. Liddy's project. Did you in March intercede with Mr. Magruder on Mr. Liddy's behalf? And if so, since you have said you assumed Mr. Liddy's intelligence project died after your meeting in February, what was the project of Mr. Liddy that you urged Mr. Magruder to give priority over his personal animosities?
I did not intercede for Mr. Liddy in answer to that question. And I think I've described yesterday, or I believe it was yesterday, yes, that what happened is I was aware of the fact of a strained relationship between Liddy and Magruder. Mr. Strawn at one point called me and told me that there were serious difficulties between Liddy and Magruder, and Magruder wanted to fire Liddy. I said, well, that's a personnel problem for the re-election committee. They need a lawyer over there. That I suggested Mr. Mardian deal with the problem because I didn't think it was something worth taking to Mr. Mitchell.
Mr. Dean, Mr. Magruder testified under oath that prior to his August 16th grand jury appearance at a meeting in your office, you told him that if the worst happened, quote, everything would be taken care of, even executive clemency, end quote. Did you make such a promise of executive clemency to Mr. Magruder as he testified? And if so, did you have authority from anyone else to make such an offer, or was it on your own initiative?
You say the date was August 16th?
Yes, sir.
Well, I can recall on numerous occasions that Mr. Magruder was very worried. He was very shaky at some stages. As I've alluded earlier, or discussed earlier, the fact that the strategy that had been developed that Mr. Haldeman and Mr. Ehrlichman were quite aware of was that stop the case with Liddy. That's why apparently they made the decision to keep Mr. Magruder on at the re-election committee, contrary to my recommendation that he be removed. There were a number of occasions they asked me, how is he doing, and the like. And I would say, he's either calm today or upset today or the like. I do recall his having a conversation with me, well, what happens if this whole thing comes tumbling down? Will I get executive clemency, and will my family be taken care of? And in a manner of not serious import or serious discussion, I said something to the effect, I'm sure you will. But I wouldn't call that what I would consider a firm offer of executive clemency, and it was not in that context at all. He didn't specifically ask, will I get executive clemency? He was just saying he wanted assurances.
Then your testimony, your answer to the question, did you have authority from anyone else to make such an offer, is no.
That is correct.
And was it on your own initiative? The answer is yes.
Yes.
Mr. Dean, did I understand you to testify earlier that you had led Mr. Caulfield to believe you were assisting him in obtaining approval and funding for what he called Operation Sandwedge, but that in fact you let Operation Sandwedge die a natural death?
I wasn't encouraging Mr. Caulfield. Mr. Caulfield was anxious for my assistance. I told him that I would talk to Mr. Mitchell about it, which I did. Mr. Mitchell virtually rejected it out of hand. In an effort to save a man's feelings who had spent a great deal of time, he'd involved a number of other good friends of his own who had major positions and had taken time off to work on the project. Rather than come back and bluntly say, you've been shot out of the water, and when it had been disapproved, I realized that through a period of time he would realize that the plan was going nowhere, and it did die a natural death.
I call your attention to exhibit number 11, which is a memorandum for the Attorney General from John Dean, dated January 12, 1972, and I call your attention to the first sentence of the second paragraph, which says, quote, Operation Sandwedge will be in need of refunding at the end of this month, so the time is quite appropriate for such a review, end quote. Mr. Dean, if you let Operation Sandwedge die a natural death, why did you state to Mr. Mitchell that it would be in need of refunding at the end of January?
Well, as I testified to this committee, after the November 24th meeting that Mr. Caulfield had with Mr. Mitchell, he continued to do various investigative assignments. He was doing an investigative assignment on Mr. McCloskey. Mr. Mitchell was interested in that. He continued to call what had formerly been just his relationship with Mr. Ulasewicz Operation Sandwich. Mr. Ehrlichman had raised with me the fact that he thought Mr. Ulasewicz could be of assistance. He would like to keep him around, and that Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Caulfield should decide what Mr. Ulasewicz's future should be. This is a result of the label that Mitchell understood all of Caulfield's operations, and I think he had a misimpression that dating back to somewhere in 1969, I think Mr. Mitchell assumed that everything had been called Operation Sandwich. At least in my conversations with him, that's the way he referred to it. So rather than go into a lengthy explanation when I was communicating with him on this matter, I merely called it Operation Sandwich.
Mr. Dean, you have depicted all others in the White House as excessively preoccupied with political intelligence, use of covert methods and security, and yourself as a restraining influence on these preoccupations. Yet your background of responsibilities at the Justice Department seems to suggest that your experience in these very types of activities might have contributed to your being invited to join the White House staff. What precisely were your duties in connection with demonstrations while you were at the Justice Department?
Well, I'd like to address myself to the first part of the question before I answer the second part of the question regarding being a restraining influence. I do believe I was a restraining influence at the White House to many wild and crazy schemes. I've testified to some of them. Some of them I have not testified to. Many of the memorandum that came into my office became a joke, the fact, some of the things that were being suggested. And I think that if you talk to some of the other members of my staff, or if your investigators would like to talk to them, they would tell you some of the things that we would automatically just file, just like the Political Enemies Project. Many of those things just went right into the file and never anything further until extreme pressure was put on me to do something did I ever do anything. So I do feel I had some restraining influence. I didn't have a disposition or a like for this type of activity. Now let me go to my responsibilities at the Department of Justice. And I'll speak specifically with the area of demonstrators. When the demonstration situation was first developing, it was quite obvious that somebody was going to have to talk to the demonstration leaders. I can recall would you like me to proceed, Senator? Yes. I can recall that the first time that I had any knowledge of being involved in this was when I was on my way doing my normal congressional relations work, coming up here to the Congress on some project, and I had a call just as I was leaving the department down at the gate of the 10th Street entrance. I was on my way out, and they said, the Deputy Attorney General wants to see you right away. Would you go up to his office? I went into his office, and here was a large gathering in his conference room. Many members of the military, representatives of all the different departments and agencies, the Metropolitan Police, and the like. And at that time, the Deputy Attorney General said, John, you are going to be the negotiator for the government with the demonstrators to determine who will have permits and what the parameters of those permits will be. At that time, when I started discussing permits with demonstration leaders, I was offered FBI information on all the demonstration leaders that I was negotiating with. I said, I don't want to have that information. I want to deal as one man looking in another man's eye and know that man for the reaction I get from him just dealing across the table. I don't know what, I want to know what he's been doing all of his life or the like. I said, that's for others to judge rather than me. I just really want to tell you the results of my negotiations. So I was not involved in intelligence from the outset. Now, as I testified, I did become aware from time to time of requests from the White House because of my proximity to the decision-making process for various intelligence that would relate to political figures and their associations with the demonstrations. And always I was hearing complaints that the White House staff was unhappy about the quality of this intelligence, but my role was merely a conduit from the demonstration leaders back to a major committee that would make decisions and talk about what I would report. In fact, I would often put myself, feeling I could be most effective in this capacity, in the role of advocating the position of the demonstrators, because many times I thought they had a good point. For example, one I thought that the government was taking a terrible beating on was in the November moratorium on this big issue of Pennsylvania Avenue versus no Pennsylvania Avenue. I thought that the demonstrators got $1 million worth of publicity, or $2 million worth of publicity, out of the government's posture on refusing to give Pennsylvania Avenue. And instead, they insisted they go down Constitution Avenue. I didn't see that it made all that much difference in the long and short of it.
At this point, we're going to take a break from Senator Inouye's questioning, and we'd like to remind you that you will not be missing any of the testimony. We're simply stopping the videotape to give you a brief rest and local stations a chance to identify themselves. So public television's coverage of the Senate hearings will continue in a moment.
Unabridged coverage of these hearings is provided as a public service by the member stations of PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service. From Washington, NPAC continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, correspondent Robert McNeil.
As we go back to the hearings, Senator in no way is asking John Dean about his relationship with Tom Charles Houston and the White House surveillance plans.
The long and short of it.
Immediately after you were appointed counsel to the President, did you not take over the responsibilities of Mr. Tom Houston in connection with intelligence activities?
I think that you'd have to know Tom Houston and my relationship with Tom Houston to know that there's no way I would take over anything regarding Mr. Tom Houston. He's a very brilliant, independent man. He would not, I didn't even know what he was doing half the time. In fact, it was some months after he had joined my staff that I learned that he had some sort of scrambler phone locked in a safe beside him, that he made a lot of calls. Mr. Houston did an awful lot of things that I have no idea what he was doing in the intelligence field. The only thing I know is that at that point, he was the liaison for receipt of FBI information regarding radical groups, and he would be the distributor throughout the White House, and he'd put me on the distribution list. Most of this material was not even, to me, worth reading because I wasn't particularly interested unless there was a very current demonstration. So I inherited Mr. Houston. Mr. Houston and I worked, we had a friendly relationship. But as I say, he's a very independent man, and he and I think a little differently and handle memorandum a little differently. I recall one rather interesting occasion when he prepared a rather strong and blunt memorandum. It was for my signature to the Attorney General on just a very minor request for something. And the memorandum was in my mail stack. I read it quickly and didn't think much about it as I was signing the mail. And 2 days later, I had a call from Mr. Kleindienst. And he said, in short, who in the hell do you think you are writing a memorandum like that to the Attorney General of the United States? Now that you're up there at the White House, do you think you're high and mighty? So I pulled the memorandum back out and realized that it is not the kind of memorandum I would send. Mr. Kleindienst, I apologize for the memorandum because it was a rather strong and harsh memorandum for me to send to anybody.
You did testify, did you not, Mr. Dean, that political intelligence was routed to you in the White House?
Political intelligence, I had requests for political activities to embarrass people. I think I've turned over in Exhibits 5, 6, 7, and 8 a fair sampling of the sort of things. If the committee would like to go through those at some point, I would like to explain that most of those ended up in my file with no action. I did refer to one yesterday with regard to commencing a tax audit on Mr. Gibbons. I did not start that tax audit.
Mr. Dean, I believe that you were the author of the memorandum to the Attorney General which led to the establishment of the Intelligence Evaluation Committee. Did you hold the first meeting of that committee in your office?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
Were you not the one on the White House staff who levied requirements on and received the reports from the Intelligence Evaluation Committee?
That is correct. Well, I didn't. I asked them to suggest areas they would like to go into. This would get into a couple areas that they wanted to get into that directly relate to national security under the rulings of the chair, so we'll have to defer from those. But they would often suggest areas that they would like to be into, and I would have to check them with others on the White House staff, particularly the foreign areas, which I didn't think was appropriate for this group, but they had domestic implications. I went to Mr. Haig, and he in turn checked with Mr. Kissinger, and indeed it was decided nothing would be done in this area. We would just receive regular calendars from them of events, and I would have a man on my staff, initially Mr. Caulfield and subsequently Mr. David Wilson, who would decide if there was a demonstration coming based on these regular calendars that they would send to us, was this in a demonstration that we would need intelligence on. and then I would in turn either summarize or send a direct report to Mr. Haldeman or any other member of the staff that the IEC report would relate to.
In interagency meetings to plan for handling demonstrations, were you not the White House representative?
From the time I went to the White House, I was, yes, with some exceptions. There were some types of demonstrations that I did not go to the Justice Department on, or I went with others because they were of a particular nature that I had no expertise in the problem area. I'm thinking particularly of the Wounded Knee situation. I did go over to the meeting on how to deal with Wounded Knee, but I really wasn't personally aware of the Indian grievance problems, so Mr. Garment took over and dealt with that. When there was a demonstration to occur in Washington, like the May Day demonstrations, I did participate with the Attorney General in those and finding out what the government was going to do, because I was asked and expected to report in my summaries that the President had a great interest in as to what was going to be the government's response in dealing with situations. Mr. Ehrlichman frequently maintained a continuing interest in this. In fact, I can recall another member of the staff saying that as far as a demonstration goes, Mr. Ehrlichman is like a Dalmatian at the fire. He just can't stay away from them. He liked to know what was happening.
In the St. Louis Post-Dispatch of May 14, 1973, there is a report that you attempted to recruit a Department of Interior employee, Mr. Kenneth Tapman, for undercover work at the Democratic Convention. Did you attempt to recruit Mr. Tapman or any others for undercover work, and what prior experience did you have in recruiting for undercover work?
Well, I can't recall recruiting anybody for undercover work other than I did have a discussion with Mr. Tapman, but I have to put this in context. Mr. Tapman had been with the Department of Interior for a number of years. He and I had worked very closely with the demonstrators. He was with me during most of the negotiations we had for the major demonstrations. Mr. Tapman wears his hair far longer than I do, developed an excellent rapport with many of these people, also had rapport with the police officials and the Metropolitan Police and the like. When I was having no relationships at this point in time as we went down towards the planning for the convention with what the re-election committee was going to do, but I knew that there was going to be a need for the White House to be well informed. I suggested that Mr. Tapman might like to do this because I would be able to have a set of eyes and ears down there of somebody who I thought could assess a circumstance, somebody who is unfamiliar with a demonstration. And a lot of people overreacted to demonstrations, would see that, a group was coming down the street, and because one tear gas canister was thrown, they would react that a hydrogen bomb had been thrown. Mr. Tapman was the type that had been probably through more tear gas than anybody other than Chief Wilson himself. I thought Mr. Tapman would serve as an excellent source of information for me, and I told him that I wanted him to ask him if he was interested in going down there, and I said, you can't be on the White House payroll to do this, quite obviously.
Then your answer to this question, did you attempt to recruit Mr. Tapman,
is
yes.
Yes. This was for both conventions, incidentally, I might add. First of all, to go down and get an understanding of what type of demonstrations were occurring at the Democratic Convention, what were the logistic problems. I wasn't really familiar with Miami because I hadn't been to the 68 convention, and I didn't know the logistical problems that were confronted, so I suggested he go to both and see how the police handle it and see what the problems are going to be and the like.
This is another very lengthy question. Mr. Dean, you have testified concerning your conversations on 3 different occasions with General Vernon Walters, the Deputy Director of the CIA, beginning on the 26th of June. General Walters prepared a memorandum for the record of each of these conversations with you. In General Walters' memorandum for record for your meeting with him on 26 June, you are reported to have asked General Walters whether there was not some way that the Central Intelligence Agency could pay bail for the Watergate defendants. And if the men went to prison, could CIA find some way to pay their salaries while they were in jail out of covert action funds? In your testimony, you made no mention of asking General Walters whether the CIA could pay the Watergate defendants bail or salaries while they were in prison. Was this an intended omission on your part in the interest of saving them, or do you deny that you made these specific requests of General Walters?
I recall I did make those requests, and as I say, the omission was not intentional. I have never really read in full Mr. General Walters' depositions. So the answer is that, in fact, I recall that was discussed.
And it was not intentional? The omission was not intentional?
No, sir. In fact, I recall that they were in the paper, and I decided I didn't want to read them and then tailor what I had to say around what Mr. Walters had to say.
Mr. Dean, I believe you testified that on March 26th, while you were at Camp David, you called Mr. Maroulis, the attorney for Mr. Liddy, and asked for a statement by Mr. Liddy that you had no prior knowledge of the Watergate break-in. Is that correct?
That is correct, and I've so testified.
Now, you also testified, did you not, that it was on March 28th that Mr. Haldeman called you to meet with Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Magruder, and that it was at that time you became convinced you had to look out for yourself. Isn't that correct?
That isn't my interpretation. I had decided while I was at Camp David, and in fact before I went to Camp David, that I didn't have to watch out for myself, but I saw what others were doing, and I realized that I ought to, well, as I say, I retained counsel up there initially and told him, because of the L.A. Times story, I retained him. At that point in time, I told him I would like to talk to him when I got back, and suggested to him he begin to think about a criminal lawyer.
If on March 26th, after you, according to your testimony, had admitted to making payments to Watergate defendants to obstruct justice, offering clemency to the defendants to obstruct justice, and suborning perjury, you were still actively trying to build your defense against having prior knowledge of the break-in on March 26th, doesn't this demonstrate that throughout this affair, your motivation was to protect yourself against the criminal charge of authorizing and directing the Watergate break-in?
The reason I sought the statement from Mr. Liddy, as you recall, I testified that on the 25th I learned there was going to be a story published in the L.A. Times that I had prior knowledge. I felt that was libelous. I was trying to build what I thought would be a good defense or a good case if I decided I wanted to bring a libel action.
Mr. Dean?
In fact, I mentioned that in my conversation with Mr. Maroulis also.
Mr. Dean, you stated that Mr. Maroulis called you back on the 29th of March and told you he could not get you the statement you wanted from Mr. Liddy. Did you record either of these telephone conversations you had with Mr. Maroulis?
Yes, the first telephone conversation was recorded. It is almost inaudible, and I don't know if it, because the form I recorded, and I'd be happy to turn it over to the committee, and if the committee can get off of the tape what's on there, fine. I was been unable to.
Mr. Chairman, that was the last question from the White House. However, the White House has also submitted a short statement. I presume this is the closing statement, sir.
Do I have the opportunity to comment on the closing statement as well as the opening statement?
If you wish to, sir.
Thank you.
A central credibility question is, what prompted Dean's tactics in March and April 1973? The desire to have the truth told or the effort to achieve...
Record to be correct. That is a statement which White House counsel has prepared.
This is a statement prepared by Mr. J. Fred Buzzard,
Yes.
special counsel to the President.
And it's a statement of his contentions about evidence, and not evidence itself.
The Chairman is correct, sir.
May I ask a question? Does this represent the White House view or Mr. Buzzard's view?
This was delivered to me yesterday on the cover letter signed by Mr. J. Fred Buzzard. A central credibility question is, what prompted Dean's tactics in March and April 1973? The desire to have the truth told or the effort to achieve immunity from prosecution? The following sequence of events is important. Dean's admitted personal connection with the offer of clemency to McCord in January. Dean to Caulfield to McCord via Ulesevitz. Dean's admitted personal connection with Hunt's demand for more money on March 19th. Hunt to O'Brien to Dean. Dean's meeting with the President on March 21st, 22nd. On any version of this meeting, it was an effort to get the President to take action on what was becoming a personal problem for Dean. McCord's letter to Judge Sirico on March 23rd.
May I just comment there?
Please do, sir.
I, in the 21st meeting, had hoped that that would be the true punctuation point that ended the cover-up. It was after that, that morning meeting, when I saw that it was not going to end, that the period had not been placed in the story, that my whole thinking began to change, and I began to think of how can I now proceed while others are unwilling to proceed, particularly Mr. Haldeman and Ehrlichman. And at that point in time, I certainly wanted to try to still get the President out in front of this entire matter.
McCord's letter to Judge Sirico on March 23rd. This was the crucial break in the cover-up. Dean learned via a call from O'Brien. On March 25th, press comments directly linked Dean with knowledge of the Watergate break-in. He called Liddy's attorney Maroulis on March 27th to get a statement that he did not have prior knowledge of the break-in. Maroulis called back on March 29th with word that he couldn't give him a statement. This statement might have been taped. On March 28th and March 29th, he solicited names of criminal counsel. On March 30th, he decided to retain Mr. Schaefer. Time had run out. The cover-up had come apart. Dean was centrally involved. He sent his lawyers to the U.S. Attorney on Monday, April the 2nd, and commenced his negotiation for immunity. Mr. Chairman, this ends the statement.
Thank you.
And, Mr. Chairman, I have questions of my own, but these questions have taken up an hour and 15 minutes, so if I may, I'd like to have the opportunity at some later time to
Yes,
interrogate.
all members of the committee will be accorded a second.
I thank you very much. Thank you,
Now,
Mr.
do you want to respond to a statement that's just been read to you by...
Well, I believe I have commented through the questions and answers to most of those matters. The fact, I would just make this point, I would recall the fact that the question of clemency for Mr. McCord was a result of the fact that the issue of clemency had come up directly with the President. That wasn't something that I initiated. It was something that came in. Mr. Colson went to Mr. Ehrlichman. Mr. Ehrlichman, in turn, went to the President. Mr. Colson also went to the President. I received word that the fact that clemency being offered to one, similar assurances should be given or could be given to all. So that is clearly in the record on the clemency matter. The 21st meeting, I've explained repeatedly what my hope in accomplishing with that meeting was, and my disappointment when I had thought I did have access to the President. I thought my what I call my cancer on the presidency speech didn't result in immediate surgery, but rather continued cover-up. the 23rd letter of Mr. McCord, I was asked by Mr. Ehrlichman what my assessment of it was, based on the earlier conversation I'd had with Mr. O'Brien. It was best that it was hearsay that he had. If anyone wanted to perpetuate the cover-up at that point through further perjury, I'm sure they could have, because he had no hard evidence. This was revealed in a conversation which I have submitted to the committee, in a conversation I had with Mr. Magruder, who was not concerned about this, the fact that McCord could prove nothing. He could say a lot, but he could prove nothing. Let me see here. I will recall the reason, again, that I was seeking to get the comment from Mr. Liddy was, in a sense, twofold. First of all, the President had done a tremendous embrace of me that next morning, when the story was printed. He had said that, based on conversations he had had with me, which in fact he had not had, but rather I'd had conversations with Mr. Haldeman and Mr. Ziegler both, and informed them I was prepared to file a libel suit. And I believe the White House has also admitted the fact that that phone call never took place between the President and myself on that date. But in an effort to develop what would be necessary for a libel suit, not that I was planning to file one at that point, but just in preparing for it, I thought the strongest statement I could have would be a statement from Mr. Liddy, and that was the reason I approached Mr. Maroulis to see if he could do it. The reason that Mr. Maroulis could not get the statement was because he was concerned about his client's Fifth Amendment rights. So those are the only points I'd make on that closing statement that was offered by the White House.
I want to thank Senator Norrie for putting these questions at the request of the White House counsel, and also for calling the attention of the witness to the contentions of the White House counsel. Mr. Dean, you've been testifying for about an hour and a half, and I imagine you wouldn't be very adverse to having a very brief recess at this time.
I would appreciate that, Mr. Chairman, and I thank you for your thoughtfulness.
The break at this point is to give John Dean a chance to rest his voice, but as you'll see, it also affords Senator Ervin a chance to get his questions ready for the witness. It's now the chairman's turn.
The committee will come to order. Under our usual routine, it would be the time for Senator Baker to interrogate the witness. However, he has kindly agreed to allow me to do so on account of certain obligations I have. Mr. Dean, there are one or two exhibits I want to ask you about, and one of them is Exhibit 5, which is the Sherrison Hamlin Company statement. Do you have a copy of that there?
I do not, no, sir.
Can someone supply him with a copy of that? And another is number 2, what I call the Dean papers. That is, the papers that were turned over to this committee at the order of Judge Sirica. You have a copy of that?
I do not.
And another is exhibit number 3 of the Dean papers, memorandum for Mr. Houston from Mr. Haldeman. I'd like you to have a copy of those 3 documents before I begin.
I have some of the documents that were turned over to me yesterday for identification relating to Judge Sirica. I don't know what you're referring to with regard to the Shearson and Hamill statement.
Can somebody? Well, yeah, take these 3. Give them my copies. When did you transfer from the Justice Department to the White House?
July of 1970.
And when did Mr. Tom Charles Houston transfer from the Justice Department to the White House?
I don't believe he was at the Justice Department, to the best of my knowledge.
Was he at the White House?
He was at the White House, yes.
There? Do you know anything about a meeting having been held in the office of the President on about the 5th of June, 1970, at which the President and Mr. Houston and others discussed laying plans for gathering domestic intelligence?
I have hearsay knowledge of that, Mr. Chairman, that such a meeting did occur, that present at the meeting, Mr. Houston was there, various representatives of the intelligence agencies, and the President at that point in time stated to those present that Mr. Houston would be in charge of the project for the White House.
Now, you were informed in substance that the President assigned to Tom Charles Houston staff responsibility, that is White House staff responsibility, for domestic intelligence and internal security affairs?
That is correct.
Now, as a result of this meeting, there was a review by the heads of the CIA, the FBI, the NSA, and the DIA of the techniques used by these information or intelligence gathering organizations to gather intelligence both domestic and foreign, was not?
That's my general understanding on hearsay again.
That review is embodied in one of the papers that you identified yesterday, which I call number 1 of the Dean papers that was not introduced in evidence.
I don't identify them as the Dean papers. They happen to fall into my possession. I wasn't the author, but of course I did turn them over to the court.
Now, I'll ask you if to look at the exhibit entitled Recommendations, Top Secret.
was because he was concerned about his client's Fifth Amendment rights. So those are the only points I'd make on that closing statement that was offered by the White House.
I want to thank Senator Norrie for putting these questions at the request of the White House counsel, and also for calling the attention of the witness to the contentions of the White House counsel. Mr. Dean, you've been testifying for about an hour and a half, and I imagine you wouldn't be very adverse to having a very brief recess at this time.
I would appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. I thank you for your thoughtfulness.
The break at this point is to give John Dean a chance to rest his voice, but as you'll see, it also affords Senator Ervin a chance to get his questions ready for the witness. It's now the chairman's turn.
The committee will come to order. Under our usual routine, it would be the time for Senator Baker to interrogate the witness. However, he has kindly agreed to allow me to do so on account of certain obligations I have. Mr. Dean, there are one or two exhibits I want to ask you about, and one of them is Exhibit 5, which is the Sherrison Hamlin Company statement. Do you have a copy of that there?
I do not, no, sir.
Can someone supply him with a copy of that? And another is number 2, what I call the Dean papers. That is, the papers that were turned over to this committee at the order of Judge Sirica. You have a copy of that?
I do not.
And another is exhibit number 3 of the Dean papers, memorandum for Mr. Houston from Mr. Haldeman. I'd like you to have a copy of those 3 documents before I begin.
I have some of the documents that were turned over to me yesterday for identification relating to Judge Sirica. I don't know what you're referring to with regard to the Shearson and Hamill statement.
Can somebody? Well, yeah, take these with you. Give them my copies. When did you transfer from the Justice Department to the White House?
July of 1970.
And when did Mr. Charles Houston transfer from the Justice Department to the White House?
I don't believe he was at the Justice Department, to the best of my knowledge.
Was he at the White House?
At the White House, yes.
There? Do you know anything about a meeting having been held in the office of the President on about the 5th of June, 1970, at which the President and Mr. Houston and others discussed laying plans for gathering domestic intelligence?
I have hearsay knowledge of that, Mr. Chairman, that such a meeting did occur, that present at the meeting, Mr. Houston was there, various representatives of the intelligence agencies, and the President at that point in time stated to those present that Mr. Houston would be in charge of the project for the White House.
Now, you were informed in substance that the President assigned to Tom Charles Houston staff responsibility, that is, White House staff responsibility, for domestic intelligence and internal security affairs?
That is correct.
Now, as a result of this meeting, there was a review by the heads of the CIA, the FBI, the NSA, and the DIA of the techniques used by these information or intelligence gathering organizations to gather intelligence both domestic and foreign, was not?
That's my general understanding on hearsay again.
That review is embodied in one of the papers that you identified yesterday, which I call number 1 of the Dean papers that was not introduced in evidence.
I don't identify them as the Dean papers. They happen to fall into my possession. I wasn't the author, but of course I did turn them over to the court.
Now, I'll ask you if to look at the the exhibit entitled Recommendations, Top Secret, handle via COMINT channels only, operational restraints on intelligence collection that you have there.
Is this your number 2?
Yes, that's what I call number 2.
The top doesn't say recommendations on it to me. It just has top secret, handle via comet channels only, operational restraints on intelligence collection. And then A is missing, and B, the document begins.
Yes. In other words, parts of it were deleted that referred to that had any reference to foreign intelligence matters. Now, does that not constitute a recommendation from Tom Charles Houston concerning domestic intelligence, the part you have there?
What I understand this document, as I recall, when I received it, it appeared to me to be a summation of a rather lengthy document, the 43-page document that was being forwarded either to Mr. Haldeman or to the President for their review.
Yes. Now, that document does not that document, in short, make these recommendations as to the manner, or rather the techniques, that should be followed, in Mr. Houston's view, in gathering domestic intelligence and matters affecting internal security?
Yes, it does.
In other words, it says that it recommends that first technique is surreptitious entry.
On mine, which is number B, the first recommendation is electronic surveillance and penetrations, and says recommendation present procedures should be changed to permit intensification of coverage of individuals and groups in the United States who pose major threats to internal security.
Yes. In other words, the first recommendation, instead of what I asked, was a recommendation for electronic surveillance and penetration.
That is correct.
Then the next second recommendation was for the use of mail coverage.
That is correct.
The third recommendation was a recommendation of a technique designated as surreptitious entry.
That is correct.
Now, that does not the exhibits show that surreptitious entry, does it not state that this third technique is described by Mr. Houston in that document as follows? Use of this technique is clearly illegal. It amounts to burglary. It is also highly risky and could result in great embarrassment if exposed. However, it is also the most fruitful tool and can produce a type of intelligence which cannot be obtained in any other fashion.
That isn't on the document I have before me, but I do recall something to that effect in the larger report that we're referring to. Yes, yes. Mr. Chairman.
The fourth technique was development of campus sources of information concerning violence-prone student groups or campus groups, was it?
That is correct.
And the fifth technique recommended by this statement is the use of undercover military agents.
That is correct.
Yes. Now, I'll ask you, all of these recommendations were recommendations that any existing restrictions on the use of these 5 techniques, except the one about military undercover agents, be removed, was not?
That is correct. As I recall the larger document, that many of these recommendations had footnotes that had been placed on there by Mr. Hoover as to each one of them.
Now, did not the original document, of which this is an excerpt with deletions, point out in several occasions that Mr. Hoover, the director of the FBI, was wholly opposed to the use of any of these techniques for domestic surveillance?
Yes, sir, it did.
And I'll ask you if the Americans who were to be the subject of these information or intelligence gathering activities were designated by such terms as subversive elements without further definition.
It was very broad. That is correct.
And second, selected targets of internal security interests.
Yes, sir. Again, that was a very broad description.
There's no definition anywhere in the document as to what those two things mean.
That's correct, sir. There was a prefatory section of the document explaining somewhat of the dimensions of the problem as it was perceived at that time. But again, there was not even a lot of specificity in that, as I recall, but it's been quite a time since I've read the document.
Now, was anything in the document that told who was going to do the selecting of these selected targets of internal security interests?
Not to my knowledge.
And that was left up by the document to the imagination or interpretation of anybody engaged in the intelligence work?
That is correct.
Now, there was another...
I believe that one of the reasons for developing this was to get intelligence that was more responsive to the requirements of the White House. There had, as I think I have testified, there were continued complaints about the intelligence, and I think that's why the White House took charge of the project.
The White House was dissatisfied with the work being done by the FBI, the CIA, the NSA, and the other intelligence gathering agencies.
That is...
wanted to assume some degree of supervision of those agencies, didn't it?
That is correct.
And I'll ask you, as a lawyer, if you do not think that surreptitious entry or burglary and the electronic surveillance and penetration constituted a violation of the Fourth Amendment.
Yes, sir, I do.
The Fourth Amendment just provides that the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrant shall issue but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the personal things to be seized. Hasn't it always been a violation of the Fourth Amendment under the decisions of the court to resort to burglary for the purpose of getting information?
Yes, sir, it has been.
And hasn't the Supreme Court recently held by a unanimous opinion that the use of electronic surveillance and penetration to obtain information concerning persons allegedly guilty of domestic subversive activities is also a violation of the Fourth Amendment?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Now I call your attention to what I designate as document number 3 and ask that you read this document to the committee.
This is a memorandum for Mr. Houston, subject Domestic Intelligence Review. The recommendations, and I might add here, it's from Mr. Haldeman to Mr. Houston. The recommendations you have proposed as a result of the review have been approved by the President. He does not, however, want to follow the procedure you outlined on page 4 of your memorandum regarding implementation. He would prefer that the thing simply be put into motion on the basis of this approval. The formal official memorandum should, of course, be prepared, and that should be the device by which to carry it out. I realize this is contrary to your feeling as to the best way to get this done. I feel very strongly that this procedure won't work, and you'd better let me know, and we'll take another stab at it. Otherwise, let's go ahead.
Yes. Now, that letter can only be construed as a statement on the part of Mr. H.R. Haldeman to Mr. Tom Charles Houston, the aide in charge of domestic intelligence, that to the effect that the President of the United States had approved his recommendations about removing the limitations on surreptitious, or rather on electronic surveillance and penetration, surreptitious entry or burglary, the use of campus of mail coverage, and sources of information on the campuses, and the military undercover agents for the purpose of gathering information upon the objectives of that.
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Now, when did Mr. Houston leave the White House?
I don't recall specifically the date. It seems to me he was on my staff 6 to 8 months at the most, as I recall. He had been talking about leaving for some time and returning to private practice. This had been one of his pet projects. He had apparently gotten into a serious dispute with Mr. Hoover over it, and he felt that his effectiveness at getting this accomplished had been diminished as a result of the fact that his plan was not being implemented and was floundering. I can recall him coming to me and asking me if I could do anything. I told him I couldn't.
Now, do you not know that this plan was put into effect, was rather approved for use by the President without the prior knowledge of Mr. Mitchell?
I don't know that for a fact, no, sir. When I talked to Mr. Mitchell about it, it had reached the stage that they wanted to do something. Mr. Mitchell and I talked about it, and we decided that the best thing to do was to create the IEC, and that would possibly satisfy everybody's request to do something.
Now, the IEC was, in effect, was a proposal to set up a group representing representatives from the FBI, CIA, NSA, DIA, and the counter intelligence units of the Army, the Navy, and the Air Force to furnish information about the activities of all of these agencies to the White House.
I believe that's correct, but I believe at that time also that the military, I'm not sure they were involved because they had already made a decision that they were not going to do any domestic intelligence work.
Now, as a lawyer, are you aware of the fact that the Section 403D3 of Title 50 of the United States Code provides that the CIA, quote, shall have no police, subpoena, law enforcement powers, or internal security functions?
Domestically.
Yes, that's internal security functions.
Yes, that's. I was generally aware of that. I wasn't specifically aware of the statute.
And yet, despite the fact that the statute forbade the CIA have exercised any internal security functions, here was a consolidation, in a sense, of activities, or at least a coordination of activities of the CIA in the intelligence and domestic intelligence field, wasn't it?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I believe what the CIA did in this instance was to share their own intelligence from a foreign nature that would have a domestic implication, and they were apart because of their expertise and analysis and evaluation of an intelligence
notwithstanding the fact that the statute gave them no internal security functions, they were called upon to evaluate the domestic intelligence gathered by other agencies.
That is correct. Now, I'm not familiar specifically with how the evaluation group operated at all as to the mechanics of that, but they were a part of the group. Yes, sir.
Do you know, as a lawyer, do you know of any statute which gives the White House the power to set up agency units of this kind?
I don't know of any statute, no, sir.
Now, the letter from the memo from Mr. Haldeman to Mr. Houston states that is dated the 14th day of July, and states that the President has approved the recommendations made by Mr. Houston. Does not?
That is correct.
The President made a statement on May the 20th, I believe, to the effect that he rescinded this approval after 5 days. You recall that?
I was late July when I came on, and I don't recall whether it was rescinded or not.
Now, on yesterday, Senator Weicker interrogated you about one of the documents that you turned over to Judge Sirica, and Judge Sirica turned over this committee, one dated September the 18th, 1970, which consisted of a memorandum from you to the Attorney General.
Yes, sir.
In which you recommended the setting up of this interagency evaluation unit.
That is correct.
And
I might add that when Mr. Mitchell and I talked about that, we decided that with Mr. Haldeman and others being aware of this, that we thought this might satisfy the needs and the requests at the time to do something. I also recall that the liaison between the FBI and other intelligence agencies had really broken down. I believe Mr. Hoover had withdrawn all of his liaison relationships with everyone except the White House. And Mr. Mitchell hoped that this might be a vehicle to start getting the FBI dealing with the agencies, because there, of course, are quite proper and natural reasons to have liaison amongst the intelligence community.
Anyway, is it not true that, first, do you know of any written document which tends to show that the President disapproved of or rescinded these plans which Mr. Haldeman said he had approved on the 14th of July?
No, sir, I have never seen such a document.
Now, after Mr. Houston left the White House, you had some responsibility in this field, didn't you?
That is correct.
Well, did you ever receive any instruction from anybody to the effect that the President had rescinded these plans recommended by Mr. Houston?
No, to the contrary. As this document indicates, in September 18th, I was asked to see what I could do to get the first step started on the document, and this was reflective of that effort.
Now, all of these papers were marked virtually all of them were marked top secret, weren't they?
That is correct.
And I don't know whether you're familiar with Executive Order number 11,652, dated March 8, 1972, which was published in 37 Federal Register, page 5209. And Section 1 of that shows that the only thing that can be classified on the basis of national security is information or material which requires protection against unauthorized disclosure in the interest of national defense or foreign relations of the United States.
I'm aware of that. That was a result of the extreme overclassification of documents in the government. If somebody wanted to get somebody's attention, I think often they'd put top secret on a memorandum and send it forward under that procedure with a big red stamp on it or something marked on it.
Now, just for the sake of the record, the statute contains certain information, the United States Code, Title 18, in Sections 793, 794, 795, 796, and 797 clearly reveal what defense information is. And the only statute I can find on the subject of classified information generally is that embodied in 18 United States Code 798. And there's nothing in any of these statutes that gives anybody any authority to classify information that relates to domestic intelligence or internal security.
I believe there are some statutes back in Title 50 with regard to the Atomic Energy Act that also apply to this, but I'm just recalling that off the top.
Well, the Atomic Energy Act is designed to govern secrecy secrets relating to atomic energy.
That's correct, but I say that
and
they
has
are
no
domestic.
relation to demonstrations or
No,
the
sir.
persons who attempt to petition government for a redress of grievances in compliance with the First Amendment.
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Now, isn't it true to say that among some of the officials in the committee to re-elect the president and the White House, there was a great climate affair during 1970 and 71 and 72?
I would say there's a great concern about demonstrators. I think demonstrators were viewed as a political problem, and you use the word fear. I don't know. That connotes to me physical concern about them. As one who has walked with many demonstrators to go out and get the pulse of the crowd, they certainly are not a fearsome group. There were some militants who were bent on, destroying office buildings and breaking windows and things of that nature, the looters and the trashers and the groups like that. But I wouldn't say that. I'd say that was a concern as I...
Well, there are two kinds of fairs. There's physical fair and intellectual fair. Don't you think there was an intellectual fair prevalent at that time among some people in the committee and some people in the White House about Americans who undertook to exercise their First Amendment right to petition for redress of grievances?
I think that's correct when you put it in the political context.
Yes.
But,
well, all of this was in a political
yes,
context.
Yes, indeed it was.
Now, not only wasn't there a feeling there among some White House officials, such as Mr. Colson, and perhaps among some in the committee to re-elect the president, that every person who was not backing their efforts to re-elect the president or who dissented from the programs of the president was an enemy?
I think that many people who were most vocal and could command some audience in their dissent were considered opponents or enemies, yes.
And that applied to a great list of people, including some of the most distinguished commentators of the news media on the national scene, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
And not only that, yesterday a document was put in evidence and identified to you, as I recall, it's coming from Mr. Colson's office, entitled Opponent Priority Activity. And on page 3 of that document, it's got this. Among the opponent priority activity, number 14, Samuel M. Lambert, L-A-M-B-E-R-T, President, National Education Association, has taken us on, this notation, has taken us on VRV, Federal Aid to Parochial Schools, a 72 issue. Didn't those in the White House interested in President Nixon's re-election committee, and then re-election, and then the re-election committee classify among their enemies people who dissented from President Nixon's programs?
As I say, those who were able to command an audience were selected
Now, here's
out.
a man who's listed among the opponents or the enemies, whose only offense is that he believed in the First Amendment and shared Thomas Jefferson's conviction as expressed in the Virginia Statute for Religious Freedom that to compel a man to make contributions of money for the dissemination of religious opinions he disbelieves is sinful and tyrannical. Isn't that true?
I cannot disagree with the chairman at all.
So we have here plans to violate the Fourth Amendment, which were approved by the president, according to Mr. Haldeman. We have people being branded enemies whose mere offense is that they believe in enforcing the First Amendment as proclaimed by the Supreme Court of the United States just about a week ago.
That is correct.
Yes. I was very much intrigued by Mr. Buzzard's document, and I'd like to invite your attention to page 8, the statement he makes on there. In February,
Mr. Chairman, he does not have the Buzzard document, so-called.
well, I can read this very short statement. In February, however, with the Urban Committee beginning its work, the President was concerned that all of the available facts be made known. And also a statement on page 10 to the effect, during this period, the point was frequently raised by various people, including primarily the President, that the whole story of the Watergate should be made public. Do you know any action the President took subsequent to the establishment of this committee and prior to the time this committee started to function, which showed his concern that all the available facts in respect to the Watergate be made known?
Mr. Chairman, I must testify to the contrary, that I think some of the documents that I have submitted regarding Mr. Haldeman's specific instructions to me on dealing with what was called the Watergate tactics, and then the subsequent La Costa meeting, which occurred on June 11th and 12th, the subsequent meetings where there were efforts to woo members of this committee, the discussions of executive privilege to prevent the testimony of people from the White House could well be concluded to evidence quite the contrary intention.
Now, you've testified about a September 15 meeting with the President, and when was that meeting held with respect to the time that the bills of indictment were handed down in the original criminal action?
As I recall the meeting, it was in the late afternoon. I believe the President was just about to leave to go somewhere, and in fact the helicopter might have even landed during the very end of the meeting. I don't know where at this point in time he was going. I remember we continued to chat on. We'd gotten into a subject of the book I was reading at that time, which was Inside Australia, and we were discussing Australians while we were waiting. The indictments had been handed down or announced far earlier in the day and had been running on the wires all day.
Now, isn't it true that a short time after the five burglars, isn't it true that a short time after the break-in, the news media carried the information to the effect that five burglars had been caught in the Democratic National headquarters in the Watergate, and that four of the burglars had money in their pockets which came from the committee to re-elect the President?
I don't believe that was reported immediately, but shortly thereafter it was, yes.
And notwithstanding that fact, was it not revealed shortly thereafter that this money had been paid to Mr. Liddy by Mr. Sloan at the instigation of Mr. Magruder and with the consent of Mr. Stans and Mr. Mitchell?
I believe that is correct.
Yes. And notwithstanding the fact, rather, do you not agree with me that these facts indicated that there were footsteps which went from the Watergate right into the office, right into the committee to re-elect the President?
There's no doubt about that.
And yet nobody in the committee except Mr. Liddy and Mr. Hunt were indicted.
That is correct.
And had it not been Mr. Magruder had resorted, to your knowledge, in his testimony for the grand jury to perjury to keep the grand jury from implicating him and others.
That is correct. He did.
And so this meeting in which the President said that Bob Haldeman had told you that, told him rather, about your activities was held in the office of the President right after it had been announced that the indictments had stopped with Mr. Liddy and Mr. Hunt and Mr. McCoy.
That is correct. And there had been discussion within the White House of this very strategy of stopping them or stopping the case at Mr. Liddy, and there was an awareness of the fact that Mr. Magruder was going to have to perjure himself to have that accomplished.
Do you know any action that the President took at any time between the 17th day of June until the establishment of this committee and until February, that's mentioned here by Mr. Buzzard, to have the facts concerning this matter discovered?
I do know that after the election there was discussion with Mr. Haldeman in his office in which Mr. Haldeman said that the President would like to lay out some of the facts, and we discussed what the implications of those facts would be. And when I said that I felt that, I didn't know everything that had happened in advance, I did know what had happened since June 17th, and I thought that as a result of those activities that Haldeman, Ehrlichman, and Dean, and I might have mentioned some others at that time also, could be indicted. Mr. Haldeman's response, which I can remember very clearly because it stuck in my mind, he says, that doesn't seem like a very viable option, does it?
Now, the truth is that during this period of time that the FBI was giving you, that is, Mr. Gray, was permitting you to receive some FBI reports.
What occurred, as I recall, there were 2 deliveries where I returned the first group of files that I'd received back in his attaché case to him, and then picked up another bunch of documents subsequently, and then returned those later. And it's only been through press accounts that I learned that I received some 82 out of 160 total documents.
Now, at whose instance did you contact the CIA, that is, General Walters?
After discussing this with Mr. Ehrlichman, he thought that I should explore the possible use of the CIA with regard to assisting in supporting and dealing with the individuals who had been involved in the incident.
So the CIA was an effort made to involve the CIA. Also, the FBI, Mr. Gray, destroyed some documents which came from Mr. Hunt's safe, didn't he?
That is correct.
And also, it was suggested by those in charge of things of who are concerned about these so-called enemies, that the processes of the Internal Revenue Service should be perverted and prostituted in order to harass people who are enemies, as viewed by the White House and the committee to re-elect the president.
That is correct. I might add also, in addition to the harassment through tax audits, there were a number of memoranda I received from Mr. Colson regarding the tax exemption status of groups that did have tax exemptions that were opposed to presidential policy. Now, my files would contain those. I don't have them in my possession. A review of my files would indicate that 99 out of 100 times when one of these would come down, it would go right in the file and go no further.
Now, returning to Mr. Buzzard's assertion that the President was desirous, beginning in September, to have all of the facts revealed after the establishment of this committee, will you tell us again what the meetings were had in the White House in respect to this committee? And who was present?
With dealing with this committee?
Yes.
With respect to the President, or the leading up to that as well?
Well, I'm particularly interested in the President, since Mr. Buzzard says he was anxious that all facts be revealed.
Well, it was when the President was in San Clemente, and I arrived left on the 9th, was out there the 10th and the 11th for meetings. I recall that of February of this year, I recall that Mr. Haldeman departed the meeting once or twice, and he finally told the President what we were meeting on while we were out there. We left there and went to down to La Costa, where the meetings proceeded, and there we had the remainder of the 2 days of discussions about how to deal with this committee. During the course of the meetings, at one point in time, as I have mentioned earlier, there was an assessment made by Mr. Ehrlichman. There had been disappointment that they had not been able to influence the selection of the committee. There had been disappointment that they hadn't been able to amend successfully your resolution to put a bipartisan, have equal representation between Republicans and Democrats, that the floor amendments that had been offered had been defeated. Some of these are evidenced in the memorandum from Mr. Haldeman that's in the exhibit I submitted. It was
to make the testimony about that short. Was that one of the times you said that there was consensus was there should be an effort to claim open cooperation with the committee, but an effort to impede it from discovering the truth?
Well, I would call the chairman's attention to the exhibit regarding the meeting with the Attorney General, where there was great concern that this committee might uncover additional criminal activity. There was also a very strained relationship at that point in time between the Attorney General and Mr. Haldeman and Mr. Ehrlichman. I was asked to prepare an agenda for the President to woo the President, or have the President woo the Attorney General back into the family. The President was aware of the problem, and this is also spelled out somewhat in the agenda that was submitted to him, I believe, on February 22nd.
Now, returning to the President's desire about the truth, you spoke of some meeting that the President attended in which, after a press conference, in which he wondered if the committee was going to swallow the bait he'd put out in the press conference about a court.
That was on St. Patrick's Day.
That was St. Patrick's Day is the 17th, I believe. Now, before that, the President had a press conference, did he not, on March the 12th, 1973, which was approximately a month after Mr. Buzzard said in his statement that the President was anxious that the facts be revealed. And last year, at this press conference, he didn't say, and I quote from presidential documents, a member or former member of the President's personal staff normally shall follow the well-established precedent and decline a request for formal appearance before a committee of the Congress. Are you familiar with that press conference?
I recall hearing that at the press conference, yes.
At the same time, it will continue to be my policy to provide all necessary and relevant information through informal contacts between my present staff and committees of the Congress in ways which preserve intact the constitutional separation of the branches. I believe that was the thing that provoked my statement that I wasn't going to let anybody come down to see me who traveled by night like Nicodemus and whisper in my ear something that he wasn't willing for all of the American people to hear. Now, what's the date of this? Oh, now this same at a press conference on March the 15th, 1973, this question was asked: Mr. President, does your offer to cooperate with the Irvin Committee include the possibility that you would allow your aides to testify before his committee? And if it does not, would you be willing to comply with the court order if Irvin went to court to get one that required some testimony from White House aides? The President: in answer to your first part of the question, the statement that you made yesterday answered that completely. Not yesterday, the 12th, I think it was. my statement on executive privilege. Members of the White House staff will not appear before a committee of Congress in any formal session. And then skipping off, we will furnish information under the proper circumstances. We will consider each matter on a case-by-case basis. With regard to the second point, that is not before us. Let us say, however, that if the Senate feels at this time that this matter of separation of powers, whereas I said this administration has been more forthcoming than any Democratic administration I know of, if the Senate feels that they want a test case, we would welcome it. Perhaps this is the time to have the highest court of this land make a definitive decision with regard to this matter. I am not suggesting that we're asking for it, but I would suggest that if the members of the Senate in their wisdom decide that they want to test this matter in the court say we will, of course, present our side of the case. And we think that the Supreme Court will uphold, as it always usually has, the great constitutional principle of separation of powers rather than to uphold the Senate. Now, was that debate that the President mentioned in the meeting on St. Patrick's Day?
That is correct.
And the President stated that he discussed it again on St. Patrick's Day, that he was not willing for any of his aides, past or present, to appear before the committee and give testimony in person.
Well, we had discussed that before he made that statement, Mr. Chairman, that he certainly didn't want Mr. Haldeman and Mr. Ehrlichman coming up here before the committee, nor did he want me appearing before this committee.
And this was on the 15th and the 17th day of March, about a month after Mr. Buzzard says that the President was anxious for all the facts to be revealed. Do you know how facts can be revealed except by people who know something about those facts?
No, sir, I do not. I think that the theory that was developing was that take the very hard line initially and back down to written interrogatories, but that would be the bottom line. I believe that that was as far as the President was willing to go, because he felt that written statements could be handled, and quite obviously it's much easier to prepare a written brief of a situation than it is to submit yourself to cross-examination.
And a written statement can be written to conceal as well as to reveal the facts, can it?
Absolutely correct, and I think perfect.
And I believe they discussed at that time the assertion I made that I wasn't willing to accept written statements because you can't cross-examine a written statement.
Yes, and I had a discussion with the President about that very statement.
Just one other matter. Article 2 of the Constitution says, in defining the powers of the President, Section 3 of Article 2, he, that is the President, shall take care that the laws be faithfully executed. You know anything that the President did or said at any time between June the 17th and the present moment to perform his duty to see that the laws are faithfully executed in respect to what is called the Watergate affair?
Mr. Chairman, I've given the facts as I know them, and I would rather be excused from drawing my own conclusion on that at this point in time.
Now, you've been asked several questions about the credibility about your credibility. I'll ask you as a lawyer, if the experience of the English-speaking race, both in its legislative bodies and in its courts, has not demonstrated that the only reliable way in which the credibility of a witness can be tested is for that witness to be interrogated upon oath and have his credibility determined not only by what he says, but by his conduct and demeanor while he's saying it, and also by whether his testimony is corroborated or not corroborated by other witnesses?
That is correct.
Is there any way whatsoever to test the credibility of anybody when the credibility has to be judged merely upon the basis of a written statement?
No, sir.
Thank you very much. The committee will stand in recess till 2 o'clock. I thought it was finished 30 minutes.
Senator Ervin has backtracked to the summer of 1970 and gone well beyond the Watergate break-in in the scope of his questions. And while the senators take a luncheon break, we're also going to take a break. And public television's coverage of the Watergate hearings will continue after this pause for station identification.
Unabridged coverage of these hearings is provided as a public service by the member stations of PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service. From Washington, NPACT continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, correspondent Jim Lehrer.
After lunch, Senator Ervin had one further question about Mr. Dean's personal finances.
I handed you an exhibit from your stockbrokers.
That's correct.
Now, we should give me the date of that exhibit and what it shows.
The document is from Shearson and Hamill and Company. The date appears to be the month of October.
What year?
Of 1972, and it indicates various transactions that occurred at that time, and indicates that the balance brought forward in the credit line at that point in time was $26,000, or $26,167, and it has the new net balance at 26,229. I believe it's 99. It's hard to read in the copy I have here.
So it shows that at that time that you had the assets to have replaced the $4,850 that you borrowed from the funds that had been delivered to you?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Senator Baker.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Dean.
First, I want to thank you for swapping places with me so I can fulfill the engagement later. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, there's no way on earth I could swap places. But I thank you for that, and I'm happy to relinquish my place in the sequence of questioning so that you could complete your very, very thorough and very, very important line of questioning this morning. I was about to say, Mr. Dean, that you've been a very patient witness. You've been very thorough. You've presented us with a great mass of information, almost 250 pages in your written statement, voluminous testimony in response to the interrogation of members of this committee, and we're very grateful. Some of the specific allegations that you make in your testimony are, at least prima facie, extraordinarily important. The net sum of your testimony is fairly mind-boggling. It isn't my purpose in these questions that are about to follow to do what would ordinarily be the expected function of a committee member and to try to test your testimony. I think that you've subjected to a rather rigid examination by my colleagues on the committee thus far. And of course your testimony and its credibility, its importance and relevance will fall into place not only in terms of its own independent significance, but in terms of its relationship to the testimony of other witnesses. Now, you're a lawyer, Mr. Dean, and I needn't go into a long preamble about what I'm about to do. But so that you understand what I'm trying to do, I'll give you some brief explanation in advance. As I said just a moment ago, it is not my purpose now to try to test your testimony. It is not my purpose to try to impeach your testimony, to corroborate your testimony, to elaborate or extend particular aspects of it, but rather to try to structure your testimony so that we have a coherent presentation against which we can measure the testimony of other witnesses heretofore given and the testimony of other witnesses later to appear, and, of course, against whatever other information the committee can gather from circumstantial evidence, from whatever source. It occurs to me that at this point, the central question, and in no way in derogation of the importance of the great volume of material and the implications that flow from it, but the central question at this point is simply put, what did the President know and when did he know it? In trying to structure your testimony, I would ask that you give attention to three categories of information. That information that you can impart to the committee that you know of your own personal knowledge. That type of information that we lawyers refer to as circumstantial evidence, which would include evidence given based on your opinion or on inferences you draw from circumstances and the situation. And third, that type of evidence that ordinarily would not be admitted in a court of law but is admitted here for whatever purpose it may serve, that is, hearsay evidence or evidence about which you have only second-hand information. I would hope that in that third category, that is, in terms of hearsay evidence or second-hand information, that we would try, you and I, to limit the scope of that to situations which may be further ventilated by the testimony of other witnesses on the roster of witnesses to appear before this committee, because if we range too far, there is no way that we can compare and assess and evaluate the importance of that testimony. But I want it, and I'd like to divide the information then as we go along into three parts, that is, direct evidence, circumstantial evidence, and hearsay or secondhand information. I am in no way criticizing your testimony. I think you've really been a very remarkable witness. But I would...
Mr. Vice Chairman, I might say this. In preparing my testimony, I made a very conscious effort to not write a brief against any man, but merely to state facts sequentially as close as I could. By sequentially, I mean some things it was necessary to follow forward to explain a given sequence of events that bring them out of a time sequence. But I did not, by design, try to write a brief or a document that focused in on any individual or any set of circumstances surrounding any individual, rather lay them out in the totality of their context.
I understand that, Mr. Dean, and I really do hope you understand that what I'm saying to you is not a criticism of you, nor any implication of criticism. Rather, instead, you have presented us with a sequential presentation, and I'm trying to convert it into an organized presentation according to categories and to the quality and scope of the information that you possess. So please believe me, I'm not trying to attack your testimony, but rather to organize it for our own committee purposes. Now, there's one other thing I'd like to say, and it may or may not be possible to do this. And again, I'm not being critical of you as a witness. As I said just a moment ago, I think you've been a very remarkable witness. But when I used to practice law, I used to call on the trial judge from time to time to instruct the witness to first answer the question and then to explain it. So I hope I can keep my questions brief, and I hope you might preface your answers with a yes or no, if that's possible, and then whatever explanation you wish.
Certainly.
That is not meant to be an entrapment. It is not a do you still beat your wife question, answer yes or no. But it is meant to try to advance the cause of fact-finding. Under the heading of what did the President know and when did he know it fall several subdivisions. The first one is the break-in at the Democratic National Committee headquarters at the Watergate complex on the morning of June 17, 1972. Do you know what the President knew of that in advance?
I do not.
Do you have any information that he did know of it?
I only know that I learned upon my return to the office that events had occurred that indicated that calls had come from Key Biscayne to Washington to Mr. Strawn to destroy incriminating documents in the possession of Mr. Haldeman.
The question is, I hope, not impossibly narrow, but your testimony touches many people. It touches Mr. Ehrlichman, Mr. Haldeman, Mr. Colson, Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Dean, and many others. But I'm trying to focus on the President. What did the President know, and when did he know it? Is it possible for you to say that based on direct knowledge or circumstantial information, and you've given us an indication of circumstances, or even hearsay, can you tell us whether or not you can shed any further light on whether the President knew, or in the parlance of tort law, should have known, of the break-in of the Watergate complex on June 17th?
You mean, did he have prior knowledge of it?
Yes.
I cannot testify of any first-hand knowledge of that. I can only testify as to the fact that anything that came to Mr. Haldeman's attention of any importance was generally passed to the President by Mr. Haldeman. And if Mr. Haldeman had advance knowledge or had received advance indications, it would be my assumption that that had been passed along. But I do not know that for a fact.
So that would fall in category 2 of my organization. That is an inference that you do draw from the arrangements of the organization of the White House and your knowledge of the relationship between Mr. Haldeman and the President.
That is correct.
But it does not fall into category 1 or 3, which is to say direct knowledge or hearsay information from another party.
That is correct.
The cover-up is the second heading. And of course the cover-up embraces and involves so many things and so many people over such a span of time that it's difficult really to place it in a single category, but I'd like to try. What did the President know and when did he know it about the cover-up? Now, you've already testified about this, Mr. Dean, and I understand, I believe, the burden of your testimony, the thrust of your testimony, but for the sake of clarity and understanding and organization of this record, tell me briefly, based on your personal knowledge, based on circumstantial evidence, or based even on hearsay, what the President knew and when he first knew it.
I would have to start back from personal knowledge, and that would be when I had a meeting on September 15th when we discussed what was very clear to me in terms of cover-up. We discussed in terms of delaying lawsuits, compliments to me on my efforts to that point, discussed timing and trials because didn't want them to occur before the election. That was direct conversation that I've testified to. Now, going back from September 15th back to the June 17th time, I believe I have testified to countless occasions in which I reported information to Mr. Haldeman and Mr. Ehrlichman, made recommendations to them regarding Mr. Magruder. I was aware of the fact that often Mr. Haldeman took notes. I know that Mr. Haldeman met daily with the President. I was quite aware of the fact that this was one of the most important and virtually the only issue that was really developing at all. And given the normal reporting channels I work through, it was my assumption without questioning that this was going into the President. Now, at what point in time this was, Mr. Haldeman discussed this with the President, I have no idea.
If I understand you correctly, you say that based on inference drawn from your knowledge of the White House organization and relationships, you surmise that the President knew of the situation from June 17th until September 15th in some degree, but that you have no personal knowledge.
I'm sure of this, that there were press releases put out within a short time after the incident. There must have been discussion in Florida while they were still in Florida about how to handle this. Some of the early press releases, as I recall, indicated immediately before I had even talked to anybody or done anything that this was something that didn't involve the White House in any way.
But once again, simply searching for an organizational format, these conclusions or inferences on your part are based on your knowledge of the White House organization and not on direct information
from the person. That's right. Spending almost 3 years at the White House,
which is an important circumstance, and I'm not trying to discredit that. I'm simply trying to isolate and define the quality of the testimony. And I don't mean to say the quality means the quality of its desirability, but the quality of it in the technical sense. Was it direct information, circumstantial information? Was it an inference or a conclusion based on a valid set of circumstances, i.e. your situation at the White House, or is it pure plain guess? So you've been very helpful in that respect. Let me try to restate it then. From the very first moments after the break-in on June 17th, 1972, and based on a number of factors, including the fact that press releases issued from, I believe you said, Key Biscayne.
That's correct.
Based on your knowledge and understanding of the White House organization and the relationship between Mr. Haldeman and the President, you draw an inference that the President knew something between June 17th and September 15th.
Well, I also am aware of the fact that there were a flurry of telephone calls between Mr. Ehrlichman and Mr. Haldeman as to some of the things I was telling Mr. Ehrlichman in Washington after I did come back on the 19th, and he was calling Mr. Haldeman in Florida, who was still in Florida at that time.
In any of this, and I'm not trying to construct an edifice that will end up defending the President. I've stated before it is not my purpose to defend or to prosecute the President or any witness, but only for the purpose of establishing the quality and the scope of the testimony. In any event, your personal feelings that the President knew something between June 17th and September 15th is based on Category 2. That is, circumstantial evidence and inferences based on your knowledge of the relationships in the organization.
Given the events that had occurred over the weekend while I was not there, and the events that occurred on Monday, and before I met with the Attorney General on either late Monday or Tuesday, whenever I had my first meeting with him, I was deeply concerned initially that this went right to the President, or certainly to other persons above myself in the White House staff.
I understand your concern, and I think it was an understandable concern. But what I'm struggling to establish is whether that concern was based on something other than what you've just testified to.
As I've testified, I had not talked to the President about it at this point in time, and did not talk to him until September 15th. So all of the knowledge I have between June 17th or June 19th, actually, when I came back, and September 15th was through the fact of the things I was reporting to Mr. Haldeman, Mr. Ehrlichman, my awareness of the fact that they were meeting with the President, the fact that Mr. Haldeman often took notes. That's the basis of my knowledge at that point in time.
Did anything occur that we would put in Category 3, that is hearsay information or documentary evidence, not firsthand, that would shed any further light on the state of the President's knowledge during the period June 17th to September 15th, 1972?
Yes, I have submitted a document to the committee in which the President was very anxious to have counteractions against the suits that were becoming a problem, the lawsuits filed by the Democrats. There was a very active investigation being pursued through discovery procedures. These were the only headlines that were being made because as the investigation by the Department of Justice and the FBI was winding down, this was the new phase. This prompted me to receive direct requests, presidential requests through Mr. Haldeman and Mr. Colson, which resulted in a memorandum I sent back into the President. Ultimately, it went to the President and was told to follow up on that memorandum, and that is one of the exhibits that's been submitted to the committee.
Do you recall offhand, or can your counsel help you tell us what that exhibit number or exhibits may be?
I'll find it very quickly for you here.
Does the counsel here have those?
That is exhibit number 17.
You have that exhibit before you, Mr. Dean?
Yes, I do. The first part of the exhibit is a a preliminary memorandum that was prepared by Mr. Parkinson at my request. I asked him to send it when I had the request made of me. Following conversations I'd had with Mr. Parkinson, I modified his memorandum and sent the memorandum of September 12th into the President, or into Mr. Haldeman. You'll note a P up in the right-hand corner, which was checked, which indicates, as my understanding of the White House procedures, that it was either sent directly to the President or reviewed directly by Mr. Haldeman with the President, that they went over it.
Make sure we have the same exhibit before us. I have exhibit number 17, the first page of which is entitled Counteractions, dated September 11th, 1972.
That's correct, and you'll have to go to the back part of that.
Consisting of 4 pages signed by Kenneth Wells Parkinson, and then a letter on White House stationery dated September 12th, 1972, the first line of which reads, administratively confidential for Haldeman from Dean, consisting of 4 pages. Are we reading from the same script?
That is correct.
All right. Now, this is additional information bearing on the President's knowledge of the cover-up from September 17th from June 17th to September 15th, 1972.
That is correct.
All right, sir. It consists of some 8 or 10 pages. We can read it if you like. It would be much easier, I believe, if you'd point out those sections which are relevant to the state of the President's knowledge.
Well, as a result of this memorandum going in to the President, I received instructions back that all of the actions in here were something that should be followed up on, and that was done.
So you're referring now to the second half of the exhibit, which is the White House memorandum.
That is correct.
And the allegations made fall under the headings in the memo of complaint for malicious abuse of process. What is that?
This is one of several counteractions. This was an action to be filed by the Committee for the Re-election of the President and the Finance Committee against Mr. O'Brien.
Alleging that they were violating the rights and privileges of discovery in civil suits for an ulterior purpose?
That their basic action was unfounded in its...
Was that suit ever filed, Mr. Dean?
Yes, it was.
What was the disposition of it?
It is still in litigation.
And the second heading,
now,
incidentally, I don't mean to cut you off.
As a part of that, you'll note there's a note on page 2. Depositions are presently being taken of members of the DNC by defense counsel in the O'Brien suit. These are wide-ranging and will cover everything from Larry O'Brien's sources of income while chairman of the DNC to certain sexual activities of employees of the DNC. They should cause considerable problems for those being deposed. Now, I would like to add something that shortly...
Did you file that suit?
No, sir, I did not file that suit.
Who did?
The Re-election Committee.
Were those allegations made?
No, they were not. That was a part of the deposition...
of the discovery technique.
Discovery area.
Were those areas covered in discovery after the filing of the suit?
I have no knowledge of whether they were or not.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir.
This has recalled to me something that I earlier indicated there had been a long-standing interest in Mr. O'Brien. Some of the documents that I've submitted in document 6, 7, or 8, I don't recall which one off the top, deal directly with Mr. O'Brien. I recall the line that is drawn beside that note is Mr. Haldeman's marking on the...
This is on page 2 of the second half of the exhibit.
That is correct. Sometime before this, he had told me that in a discussion, a rather casual discussion, when we were talking about who was likely to be Mr. McGovern, Senator McGovern's campaign manager, and there was speculation that it was going to be Mr. O'Brien, I recall Mr. Haldeman telling me that he certainly hoped it would be because we've got some really good information on him. And I believe he was referring to tax information at that time.
Referring to what, sir?
Tax information.
I see. And this was Mr. Haldeman who said this?
That is correct.
Do you remember when he said that?
It was sometime after Mr. O'Brien or Mr. McGovern had been nominated and before he had made his final selection for his campaign manager.
Which would have been then probably in the early fall of 1972. As I recall, it was September before Mr. O'Brien was designated as campaign chairman.
I don't
That's
know.
not important,
I
but it
don't
was in that
remember
time.
That's correct.
All right. Now, let's see. The second head. Well, then, before I get to the second heading, on page 1 of the second part of the exhibit, did I understand you to say that the penciled or penned capital P, apparently, with a check mark through it, it is a White House designation that the document was seen or known of by the President?
That is correct.
Do you know this of your own knowledge?
Yes, I do.
Now, the second half of that memorandum is entitled Complaint for Libel, Stans versus O'Brien. What did that mean?
Well, that was an action being filed, a counteroffensive, again as part of this, the counteractions that were being requested as a result of the occurrence that before an amended complaint had been filed with the district court, that the amended complaint, which charged that Mr. Stans had funded the Watergate incident with the $114,000 checks from Mr. Barker, was alleged in the complaint of the amended complaint. The amended complaint was distributed to the press before it was filed, so it had no privilege. And I don't know if it was ultimately filed or not, but based on that, the re-election committee lawyers thought they had a very good libel action for using the processes in that matter.
Was that suit in fact filed?
Yes, it was.
Do you know who filed it?
The re-election committee lawyers filed it on Mr. Stans' behalf.
Do you know what the present status of that litigation is?
That is still in litigation. All of these cases have been consolidated in, I believe, in Judge Ritchie's court.
Here in the district?
Yes, here in the district.
I think we take really a great deal more time than we ought to if we try to go through each item, but let me try to refocus now on this exhibit for the purposes of this moment. What in this exhibit sheds any further light or implies any further information about the scope and extent, if any, of the President's knowledge of the cover-up post-June 17, 1972? I understand, before you answer, that so far you've suggested that the President seeing and approving this memorandum, which deals with a series of civil suits and certain other actions to be taken, implies that there was at least to be a counteraction and a backfire, if you please. But in what respect does this give us further insight into the President's knowledge of a cover-up of the Watergate break-in?
Well, I'm not sure I understand the Senator's definition of cover-up. As I think I've laid out in my testimony, the cover-up was something that had a broad range. Anything that might cause any problem at all in relationship to the Watergate came within the cover-up.
I understand. That's not really a very good way to put it. Let me narrow it even further. What in this document gives us any further insight or information about the President's knowledge, if any, post-June 17, 1972, about the apparent efforts to conceal the connection with and responsibility for the unlawful entry into the Democratic National Headquarters at the Watergate complex on the morning of June 17, 1972?
Well, I can only surmise what I was told when asked for the document. And as I said, I had requests from two people for the document in the President's behalf, that the best defense is an offense, and this was an offensive effort.
All right. Is it fair to say, and I really am not trying to put words in your mouth, but rather to digest this information for my own purposes, is it fair to say that the documentary evidence that we've been referring to now, Exhibit 17, indicates some knowledge by the President of an effort to establish countermeasures in terms of the total impact of Watergate, i.e. countersuits, allegations of the misuse of the discovery process, and other things of that sort?
Well, he didn't. These were conceived. Excuse me. These were not actions that he conceived. He asked that counteractions be taken. The request came to me. I, in turn, passed it on to the lawyers who were closest to it, because some of the suggestions were just, start filing suits, and I had advised Mr. Colson that I wouldn't suggest filing any suit that wasn't well-founded, rather than rushing into court with some action just for the sake of having an action that might tie things up. This was particularly true with some of the statements of some of the individuals whose names were being speculated that they filed for libel. Now, libel results in both countersuits and counter-discovery. Some of these people obviously could not withstand discovery. So that was why the suits, I thought, had to be well-founded and had to be suits that counter-discovery would not be a problem.
All right, so if I understand what you're saying now, while these documents do not bear on the isolated issue of the President's knowledge of the Watergate and what I call the cover-up of the Watergate post-June 17th, they do shed some light on at least the willingness to commence counteractions to avoid further prying into the situation at the White House. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, it is, Senator.
What other documentary evidence gives us any insider information about the state of the President's knowledge of Watergate and the date on which he acquired it?
We're talking about now pre-September 15th?
Yes, we're still working our way up from June 17th to September 15th.
That's the only documentary evidence I have that, to my knowledge, is that document right there. As I say, there were not a lot of documents floating around on this subject.
There were a whole lot.
Well, there were some, but not...
Okay. Is there any other circumstantial evidence? You've alluded to the organization and the relationships at the White House. Is there any other circumstance that would give us further insight? Or is there any Category 3 information? That is there anything anyone's told you that would shed further light on what the President knew and when he knew it in this time frame from June 17th to September 15th?
Yes, as I say, on a number of occasions when I was in meetings with Mr. Haldeman or Mr. Ehrlichman, sometimes together, I can recall that the President would call for Mr. Haldeman, and Mr. Haldeman would send a message back to tell the President that he was meeting with Dean, getting a report, and he would see him after that. This was always rather startling to me that my report was more important than Mr. Haldeman going right into the President's office.
So the unusual nature of that arrangement and circumstance led you to believe that there was some knowledge of the subject matters attendant to the Watergate affair by the President.
That and another circumstance that I might add is that the cover-up consumed a great amount of time of Mr. Haldeman and Mr. Ehrlichman. They were spending a great deal of time in discussion with me, with discussions amongst themselves, and this was probably the major thing that was occurring at this point in time.
Is there anything else now? Because I want to move on to the September 15th meeting, but is there anything else in either of the three categories of testimony, of evidence? Direct evidence, circumstantial evidence, inferences, and hearsay. Is there anything else that you can think of at the moment? And if you think of something later, we'll certainly add it. But is there anything you think of at the moment that would give us further insight into what the President knew and when he knew it in this time frame, until September 15th?
I think I've expressed the highlights of that.
I think we're getting better at this. We understand each other now and how I'm trying to organize and structure it. Let's take the September 15th meeting, and let's analyze it rather very closely, if you will, Mr. Dean. And I understand this is necessarily redundant and that it's been covered at rather great length. But would you bear with me long enough to describe in as much detail as you can conjure up the meeting of September 15th with the President?
I'm sorry, Senator. I was reading some notes here, and I didn't. Did you want me to repeat to you the September 15th?
What I want to do now, we've had a general overview of the situation. I'm going to try now to focus entirely on the meeting of September 15th.
Right.
And I have an ambition to focus as sharply as I can on it in order to disclose as much information as possible about the September 15th meeting. And what I want to do is to test once again not the credibility of your testimony, but the quality of the evidence. That is it direct evidence, hearsay evidence, or is it circumstantial evidence related to the September 15th meeting? So take a little time with that, if you will.
All right. During the morning of the 15th, the indictments had been handed down. I think there was a general sigh of relief at the White House. I had no idea that I was going to be called to the President's office. Mr. Haldeman was quite aware of the fact that I had spent a great deal of time, that he had spent a great deal of time, that Mr. Ehrlichman has spent a great deal of time on this matter. In the late afternoon, I received a call requesting I come to the President's office.
Do you know who made the call?
The call came to my secretary, as I recall, and she said that you've been asked to come to the Oval Office, so I don't know who called, and it was probably one of the secretaries that conveyed those types of messages.
Go ahead, sir.
When I entered the office, I can recall that you've been in the office, and you know the way there's two chairs on each side of the President's desk.
Speaking of the Oval Office?
The Oval Office. As you face the President, on the left-hand chair, Mr. Haldeman was sitting, and they had obviously been conversed in a conversation. And the President asked me to come in, and I stood there for a moment. He said, sit down, and I sat on the chair on the other side.
You sat in the right-hand chair?
On the right-hand chair.
That's the one where he usually says no, but go ahead.
I was unaware of that.
Go ahead, Mr.
All right. As I tried to describe in my statement, the reception was very warm and very cordial. There was some preliminary pleasantries, and then the next thing that I recall the President very clearly saying to me is that he had been told by Mr. Haldeman that he had been kept posted or made aware of my handling of the various aspects of the Watergate case, and the fact that the case, the indictments had now been handed down. No one in the White House had been indicted. They'd stopped at Liddy.
Stop. Just for 1 second. Let's examine those particular words just for a second. That no one in the White House had been indicted. Is that as near the exact language as you can think? I don't know, so I'm not laying a trap for you. I just want to know.
Yes, well, there was a reference to the fact that the indictments had been handed down, and it was quite obvious that no one in the White House had been indicted on the indictments handed down.
Well, did he say that, though?
Did he say that no one in the White House had been handed down? I can't really recall whether he said it. I recall a reference to the fact that the indictments were now down, and that he was aware of that and the status of the indictments, and expressed what to me was a pleasure to the fact that it had stopped at Mr. Liddy.
Tell me what he said.
Well, as I say, he told me I had done a good job.
No, let's talk about the pleasure. He expressed pleasure.
No, the pleasure.
The indictments had stopped at Mr. Liddy. Can you, just for the purposes of our information, tell us what
Senator,
language he used?
I'll make that very clear. That the pleasure that it had stopped there is an inference of mine based on, as I told Senator Gurney yesterday, the impression I had as a result of his complimenting me.
All right. Can you give us any information? Can you give us any further insight into what the President actually said?
Yes, I can recall he told me that he appreciated how difficult a job it had been for me.
Is that close to the exact language?
Yes, that is close to the exact language. That stuck very clearly in my mind, because I recall my response to that was that I didn't feel that I could take credit, that I thought that others had done much more difficult things. And
September 15th with the President?
I'm sorry, Senator. I was reading some notes here, and I didn't. Did you want me to repeat to you the September 15th?
What I want to do now, we've had a general overview of the situation. I'm going to try now to focus entirely on the meeting of September 15th.
Right.
And I have an ambition to focus as sharply as I can on it in order to disclose as much information as possible about the September 15th meeting. And what I want to do is to test once again not the credibility of your testimony, but the quality of the evidence. That is it direct evidence, hearsay evidence, or is it circumstantial evidence related to the September 15th meeting? So take a little time with that, if you will.
All right. During the morning of the 15th, the indictments had been handed down. I think there was a general sigh of relief at the White House. I had no idea that I was going to be called to the President's office. Mr. Haldeman was quite aware of the fact that I had spent a great deal of time, that he had spent a great deal of time, that Mr. Ehrlichman has spent a great deal of time on this matter. In the late afternoon, I received a call requesting I come to the President's office.
Do you know who made the call?
The call came to my secretary, as I recall, and she said that you've been asked to come to the Oval Office, so I don't know who called, and it was probably one of the secretaries that convey those types of messages.
Go ahead, sir.
When I entered the office, I can recall that you've been in the office, and you know the way there's two chairs on each side of the President's desk.
Speaking of the Oval Office?
The Oval Office. As you face the President, on the left-hand chair, Mr. Haldeman was sitting, and they had obviously been conversed in a conversation. And the President asked me to come in, and I stood there for a moment. He said, sit down, and I sat on the chair on the other side.
You sat in the right-hand chair?
On the right-hand chair.
That's the one where he usually says no, but go ahead.
I was unaware of that.
Go ahead, Mr.
All right. As I tried to describe in my statement, the reception was very warm and very cordial. There was some preliminary pleasantries, and then the next thing that I recall the President very clearly saying to me is that he had been told by Mr. Haldeman that he had been kept posted or made aware of my handling of the various aspects of the Watergate case, and the fact that the case, the indictments had now been handed down. No one in the White House had been indicted. They'd stopped at Liddy.
Stop. Just for 1 second. Let's examine those particular words just for a second. That no one in the White House had been indicted. Is that as near the exact language as you can think? I don't know, so I'm not laying a trap for you. I just want to know.
Yes, well, there was a reference to the fact that the indictments had been handed down, and it was quite obvious that no one in the White House had been indicted on the indictments handed down.
Well, did he say that, though?
Did he say that no one in the White House had been handed down? I can't really recall whether he said it. I recall a reference to the fact that the indictments were now down, and that he was aware of that and the status of the indictments, and expressed what to me was a pleasure to the fact that it had stopped at Mr. Liddy.
Tell me what he said.
Well, as I say, he told me I had done a good job.
No, let's talk about the pleasure. He expressed pleasure.
Oh, the pleasure.
The indictments had stopped at Mr. Liddy. Can you, just for the purposes of our information, tell us what
Senator,
language he used?
Make that very clear. The pleasure that it had stopped there is an inference of mine based on, as I told Senator Gurney yesterday, the impression I had as a result of his complimenting me.
All right. Can you give us any information? Can you give us any further insight into what the President actually said?
Yes, I can recall he told me that he appreciated how difficult a job it had been for me.
Is that close to the exact language?
Yes, that is close to the exact language. That stuck very clearly in my mind because I recall my response to that was that I didn't feel that I could take credit, that I thought that others had done much more difficult things. And by that I was referring to the fact that Mr. Magruder had perjured himself. There was not an extended discussion from there as to any more of my involvement. I had been complimented. I told him I couldn't take the credit, and then we moved into a discussion of the status of the case.
All right, before you get to the status, and let's lay that aside just for a second, because I do want to hear about that too, but this really is, and I don't mean to be melodramatic, but this is really a terribly important moment in history, as you know. This meeting in the afternoon in the Oval Office in Washington on September 15th, 1972, and you were there, the President was there, and Mr. Haldeman.
Mr. Haldeman was there.
What was the President's demeanor? What was his attitude? What was the expression on his face, the quality of his voice?
Well, as I said, when I walked in, it was very, very warm, very cordial. They were smiling, they were happy, they were relaxed. The President, as I think I said earlier this morning, was about to go somewhere, and I think that actually was delaying his departure to have this conversation with me. The fact that I had not been in to see the President, other than on a rather mechanical activity before that on dealing with his testamentary papers, indicated so clearly that Haldeman had thought that the President should compliment me for my handling of this matter, and that was one of the reasons I'd probably been called over, and the President had done it at Mr. Haldeman's request.
All right. Now, tell us about as you started to say before I interrupted you, the status of the case.
All right. He was interested in knowing if it was likely. Well, let me before I go on to that, let me say something else that I recall. When we talked about the fact that the indictments had been handed down, at some point, and after the compliment, I told him at that point that we had managed, that the matter had been contained. It had not come into the White House. I didn't say that. I said it had been contained.
Did you say anything beyond it had been contained?
No, I did not. I used that. I recall very clearly using that expression, that it had been contained.
That's an important word. It has been contained.
That is right.
Now, what was the President or Mr. Haldeman's reaction to that word? Because that's a rather significant word, I think.
Well, I've got to say this. I wasn't studying the President's face or Mr. Haldeman's face at this time. I had not ever had a one-on-one with the President before. I must confess I was a little nervous in there. They were trying to make me as relaxed as possible and make it as cordial as possible, but I was quite naturally nervous. This was a man who is the most important man in the Western world, and here I am having a conversation with him for the first time one-on-one. So I wasn't studying his reactions, and it wasn't until I started meeting with him more frequently later that that the tenor of our conversations changed. And
well, you see what I'm driving at, I'm sure, Mr. Dean. If someone said that the investigation has been contained, it might evoke a question. It might create a startled look on one's face. It might be taken for granted, and that might be important to shed light on the state of the knowledge of the person with whom you were having the conversation.
Everyone seemed to understand what I was talking about. It didn't invoke any questions, and I was going on to say that I didn't think it could be contained indefinitely. That I said that this is, there are a lot of hurdles that have to be leaped down the road before it'll indefinitely remain contained, and I was trying to tell the President at that time that I wasn't sure the cover-up even then would last indefinitely.
Now this, once again, is a terribly important area of inquiry, so let me interrupt you again and take you over it one more time, that you told the President, I don't think it can continue to be contained.
That is correct.
Are those close to your exact words?
That's very close to my words, because I had told him it had been contained to that point, and I wasn't sure that it would be contained indefinitely.
What was his reaction to that?
As I say, I don't recall any particular reaction.
Was there any statement by him or by Mr. Haldeman at that point on that statement?
No, not to my recollection.
All right, sir, go ahead.
It was then we turned to the status of the litigation, the criminal case, as I recall, in the sequence of the conversation. And he wanted to know when this matter was likely to come to trial. And I told him it very much would depend upon which judge the case was assigned to.
Go ahead.
At that point, it had not been assigned to any judge at all. Another point that came out, as I've testified early in our conversation, was the fact that he told me for the first time that I'd ever heard this, that shortly after he'd assumed office that Mr. Hoover had been over to visit with him. And he told me that Mr. Hoover had informed him that his 1968 campaign had been bugged. And the President said, this is something that we may be able to use ourselves at some point down the road to explain the fact that we've been subject to the same type of activity.
Did you look into that?
Not until many, many months later, which is...
You've already testified about
yes, I
your
have.
Conversation. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Mr. Dean. Tell me anything else you can at all, no matter how minute, about the meeting of September 15th.
The next matter I recall is the fact we did get into a discussion about the civil cases.
Excuse me. Yeah, take a little longer than I thought. You want to go ahead? I'm sorry. Who goes next? I'm sorry, Mr. Dean. Thank you very much.
The next thing I recall that occurred was a discussion that ensued about the civil cases. He asked me some questions about the civil cases, and it was in the course of this conversation that I told him what I knew at that point in time about the status of the civil cases wherever they were, and I was relatively familiar at that point in time with the precise status of the cases. It was also as a result of this conversation that we got into the discussion, or I told him that I had learned from the lawyers at the Re-election Committee that they had been making, or they had somebody who was making an ex parte contact with the judge who had jurisdiction over the principal suit that was the greatest concern, which was the suit by Mr. O'Brien and Larry O'Brien and the DNC.
Is this, once again, close to the exact language you used?
Yes, I did not know who it was that was making the contacts at that time for certain. And so I just told him that the lawyers at the Re-election Committee are making ex parte contact, or have ex parte contacts, and are hoping to get some favorable rulings.
Did the President make any remark at that point, or did Mr. Haldeman?
I recall the President said something to the effect, well, that's helpful.
Is that close to his exact language?
Yes, sir.
Was there anything else?
We talked about the common cause suit as well, and I told him that I didn't think it was any problem. This was a suit that was trying to bring or identify the donors or the contributors of some $10 million of unidentified campaign monies that had not been reported prior to April 7th. The suit, I told him I didn't think would be a problem because the lawyers, the re-election committee, felt that they could tie this one up in discovery for quite a while.
What did the President say to that?
I don't recall any specific comment to that. I think as we were going through some of these descriptions, I was just reporting as best I could, and I don't recall him giving me what his reaction was at that point.
Well, you understand why I'm asking you?
Yes, I do.
All right, fine. Now, I don't mean to shorten your description of the September 15th meeting, but for the sake of moving on, were there other important matters discussed at that time?
Well, yes, the matter of the Patman hearings did come up because the President was aware of the fact, I assume from his news summaries or the newspapers, that there was likely to be congressional inquiry on the House side. And he asked me who was handling that. I told him that Richard Cook, a member of the Congressional Relations Staff, who had worked with the Patman Committee at one point in time, was doing the principal work on it. He then told me that Mr. Timmons should be spending his time and get on top of it, something that would be very close to the language he used.
Mr. Dean, excuse me. I see we have a vote signal from the Senate, and the committee will stand in recess until we can return. Thank you.
So it appears that Senator Baker is going to do a word-by-word analysis of John Dean's meetings with President Nixon following the Watergate break-in. Public television's complete coverage of the Senate hearings will continue after a pause for station identification.
Unabridged coverage of these hearings is provided as a public service by the member stations of PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service. From Washington, NPAC continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, correspondent Robert McNeil.
Well, the senators are back from their first floor vote of the afternoon, and Senator Baker has more questions about that September 15th meeting in the Oval Office.
Committee will come to order. The chairman was necessarily called away for the rest of the afternoon. For the information of the committee, I might indicate that he requested that we run as long as practical and that we continue with the present rotation arrangement. So as soon as I can conclude my queries, I'll yield then to Senator Montoya and after that to Senator Weicker. Mr. Dean, do you have any objection if we try to go, say, till a few minutes before 6 tonight?
I'll hold up as long as I can, Senator.
Right. And if you need to break or would like to break in the course of things, if you let me know, we'd be happy to do that. Mr. Dean, have we finished with the delineation of the September 15th meeting?
No, I don't believe we have. We were discussing the fact that we were talking about how to deal with the Patman Committee because this was another threat to, it was a dual threat, I might add. One was the fact that it would be adverse publicity as a result of the hearings, and secondly, there was always the potential they just might stumble into something.
Were those words used?
I believe what we talked about adverse publicity, and there's no telling where this thing may go.
Do you remember who said that?
I said that.
Do you remember what the President's reaction was?
Well, he asked me who was covering the hearings, and I told him that Dick Cook was covering the hearings.
Covering meaning what person on the White House staff
Yes.
had responsibility for that?
Yes, that's correct, because I explained to him that Mr. Cook had formerly worked for the House Banking and Currency Committee. And at that point he said that Mr. Timmons should get on top of those hearings. We then, the conversation turned to the press coverage that had been following the Watergate incident. And during this discussion, he told me that I should keep a good list of people who were giving us trouble in the press because we would give them trouble after the election.
This was stated by the President.
That is correct.
What else was said by him or by Mr. Haldeman or by you in that context?
Well, this evolved immediately into a conversation about the Internal Revenue Service and using the Internal Revenue Service to audit returns of people. I had, again, we were on, I knew the wavelength that we were talking on because I'd had similar requests in the past to institute audits against people. And I told the President that the Internal Revenue Service had been...
Wait. You knew the wavelength because you knew of your previous use of the Internal Revenue Service?
That is correct. I had requests from Mr. Haldeman in the past that certain individuals have audits commenced on them.
What'd you do with that?
Well, the one time I recall getting one, I didn't know exactly what I was going to do with it because I was always reluctant to call Mr. Walters at that time, who was the head of the Internal Revenue Service, so I went to Mr. Caulfield, who had friends in the Internal Revenue Service, and he said, I think I know a way that this can be done. Apparently there's some system where if the appropriate anonymous letter comes into a regional office, and if it's those who know how to do this can write the right letter, and sufficient information will prompt an audit on that individual.
Is that known as the informer statute?
No, I don't believe it's an informer statute. It's just something that will be of sufficient attention to that regional office or that branch of the audit branch of that regional office that will institute an audit. I went on to tell the President that we didn't seem to have the clout at the White House to get this done. I had talked to Walters about it in the past and told him that I had had instructions from Mr. Haldeman on one occasion, and he said that he brought to my attention that the making the IRS political, and said that you'll recall what happened back in '48 with Truman and that administration and the cleaning house and the changing of Internal Revenue Service, and these were all new facts to me. And what he was telling me is that don't call me with this sort of thing.
You know who they were? Tell me, if you don't mind telling me, what you did. Did you in fact set up an audit? Your counsel is trying to reach you, and I think he may have something to say.
He just said, which is quite accurate, I don't mind telling you any fact that's true. And
well, I'd say that was a very lawyer-like piece of advice.
So in this instance, that there was, the one I was referring to in the past, there was an audit commenced. Now, I, for example, read a memorandum into the record this morning for a request of some material requested of the committee that had to do with an audit of Mr. Gibbons of the Teamsters Union. I merely put that in my file, and that's where it has remained to this day.
Well, to shorten this, and I don't mean to shorten it if you care to go on with it, but did you, in fact, initiate IRS inquiries or audits on certain people as a result of suggestions from the White House staff or the President?
Well, the President at this time, and let's go to keep in the focus you want to keep in, told me to keep a good list so that these could be, that we'd take care of these people after the election. And then we went into I told him that IRS was a democratically oriented bureaucracy, and to do something like that was a virtual impossibility. And then the conversation moved to the fact that he was going to make some dramatic changes in all of the agencies. And at this point in time, I can remember Mr. Haldeman opened up his pad and started making notes as to what the President was describing as to his post-election intentions as a result of the President giving his thoughts on what he wanted to do post-election with all of the agencies and as far as changing personnel. Mr. Haldeman also injected in the conversation at that time that he had already commenced a project to determine which people in which agencies were responsive and were not responsive to the White House.
Mr. Dean, in deference to my colleagues and the requirements of time, let me try to refocus now. Is there anything else about the September 15th meeting that would shed light on the President's knowledge and the scope and depth of his knowledge, if any, of the Watergate break-in on June 17th or the cover-up activities so-called thereafter and prior to September 15th?
I think I've described pretty well the full of the 30, 40-minute meeting, however long it was. I say the end of the meeting turned to rather unrelated chatter about a book I was reading.
It seems to me, then, that the extent to which the September 15th meeting would give us some guidance in our inquiry as to what the President knew and when he knew it, that you depend on a combination of things. You depend on your experience at the White House as a staffer, with the interrelationships of staff and the President to staff, the remarks which did not relate directly to Watergate, that is, the break-in at Watergate, or to the concealment of the involvements and responsibilities for it, but based on the general tenor of the conversation, you gained the impression, I believe you said, to paraphrase your testimony, that the President knew that there was an ongoing counter-effort, at least, And when you couple that with your knowledge of the relationships and circumstances, that you concluded then in your own mind that he knew something, and I don't believe you've testified quite exactly what, about the events involved.
Well, I might say that one thing that did come specifically out of the conversation was that we had leaped the hurdle of the Justice Department investigation, and the indictments were down. Now the looming problem were the Patman Committee hearings, and the President gave very, very clear instructions that Mr. Timmons should get on top of those so they did not get out of hand, because that was the next problem. It was also very, very clear that I was to follow up with the civil litigation and see anything I could do to make sure that that didn't get out of hand.
But in an effort to summarize it, and believe me, I'm not trying to distort the meaning of your testimony by summary, but in effect, you drew inferences from the totality of this conversation and the circumstances and relationships as you knew it. You drew inferences from that led you to believe that on September 15th, the President knew something about at least the efforts to counter the Watergate, and possibly, in fact, about Watergate itself.
That is correct.
But there is no direct statement about Watergate, CRP involvement, the President's knowledge of it, or of the cover-up. There is no Category 1 information about that.
Other than as I have recited, and I have chosen not to place interpretations on these, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Dean. I think that information is very useful, and you understand, of course, Mr. Dean, that in the course of things we're going to explore further the content of that meeting and the perceptions
I understand
that the other parties had of that meeting. As you know, Mr. Haldeman will be a witness before this committee. The only other person present was the President. And I'm not prepared to say at this point how we may be able to gain access to the President's knowledge and perception of that meeting. But in a three-way meeting, I think it's important to this committee that we have all the information we can get. So the information you've just given me in rather good detail will now be structured alongside with the rest of the record to test against the testimony of Mr. Haldeman and hopefully against statements by the President in whatever manner that can be arranged. Now, what is the time of your next meeting with the President?
On this subject.
Yes, sir.
Well, you asked, there were certain events that led up to my next meeting, and they were the events which occurred at La Costa, in which or followed La Costa, in which I was requested to, by Mr. Haldeman, when I returned from Florida. I'd gone from California to Florida, and had spent a week or so, just about a week in Florida. And when I returned on the 19th or 20th, Mr. Haldeman asked me to prepare an agenda, and I think that agenda is a rather important document along the line of questioning you're asking.
I'd like you to go into that, but before you do, let me reiterate. The focus of my inquiry is on what did the President know.
As I said, this agenda went directly to the President.
And when did he know it? So
that's correct.
As you go into your testimony and as you refer to the several documents that I believe you may have before you, try to keep in mind that I'm not at this moment talking about other matters and detail. I'm not talking about Ellsberg at this point, the enemy list at this point. I'm talking about what the President knew. So tell me what additional information you can give me in that respect, preferably in terms of your meetings with the President or conversations with him, and then in terms of what secondary or circumstantial evidence you have.
My next meeting with the President was on the 27th of February of this year. To explain this meeting, I believe it's necessary to explain this agenda, because I believe that is in part the reason I commenced having meetings with the President. A number of decisions had been made at La Costa. A number of areas had come up after that. As I said, on the 19th or 20th, I was asked to prepare an agenda. The matters that were on that agenda related to a meeting between yourself and the President, the concept of sending former Secretary Stans up for confirmation, and this was a concept that had been discussed with Mr. Haldeman.
Are you referring to an exhibit now, Mr.
Yes, I am. It's number 32.
32. Go ahead, sir.
Sending Secretary Stans up for confirmation. The confirmation hearings were thought of as a means of diffusing the Watergate hearings and getting as much out to the public as possible and lessen the impact of these hearings. And I was given, per my discussion with Mr. Haldeman, I would have the assignment to go talk to Mr. Stans to see if he was interested upon his return from being out of the country. The next matter on the agenda was what to do with Mr. Magruder, which was going to require a presidential decision. These were all matters that were going in for presidential decision.
Who asked you to prepare the agenda?
Mr. Haldeman. It was based on a conversation that Mr. Haldeman and I had. Some of the points had come up at La Costa, some of them had not. For example, I believe Mr. Timmons and you had had a conversation subsequent to the time we returned from La Costa, and the arrangements for that meeting were worked out in that time frame.
Were you advised, just so the record is clear on that point, were you advised of the conversation I had with Mr. Timmons?
Mr. Timmons did advise me of the fact that you wanted to talk with the President, you wanted to seek some guidance, I believe, in the areas of executive privilege, what was going to occur. Mr. Timmons had the interpretation that you wanted to be helpful to the White House, and one of the questions was whether you would object to staff being present or not when you met. Timmons did not feel that you would object, and the interpretation of the White House was that this would be an excellent chance to find out what your plans were and to hopefully set up a channel of communications to work with you.
Just a little bit to follow on, partly for self-serving purposes and partly to clarify the record at this point. After the meeting was held with the President in February, did you receive some information about what the conversation was about?
Yes, I did.
And would you relate that?
Do you want me to take that out of order right now?
If you don't mind.
All right, certainly. The President reported to me, first of all, Mr. Haldeman reported to me, and subsequently the President reported to me that you had urged the President to send members of the White House staff up to this committee as quickly as he could get them up here and waive executive privilege. The President told you that he was going to hold the line at written interrogatories.
Mr. Dean, would you proceed then with your sequences? Before you do, I see we have another roll call vote. If the committee is agreeable, we'll recess at this point until we can return from that vote.
The senators continue to divide their time between the Senate chamber and the committee hearing. After this vote, Senator Baker will resume his cross-examination.
Committee will come to order. It's my information from the floor of the Senate that there will be a series of other votes tonight and that the Senate will be in session probably until 9 or 10 o'clock, that for the edification of my colleagues. But at the time we ended, Mr. Dean, I believe you were about to tell us of a February meeting.
Yes, Senator. You asked me to give you what led up to a given set of meetings, and we had turned to the immediate agenda, but I think that I ought to be complete and full in answering the way you've requested that I answer, give you the intervening sequences that occurred just in highlight again, directly relating to what occurred in the February meetings. There was the intervening event of the payment of silence money, and then the lack of that money, and a serious problem with differences between Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Haldeman and Ehrlichman about who would raise that money. There was also the intervening event of clemency being assured to Mr. Hunt, in which Mr. Ehrlichman informed me that I was present when he told Mr. Colson and myself he was going in to see the President about it. He subsequently informed me he'd talked to the President. Mr. Colson had informed me he'd talked to the President about it. And subsequently there was another meeting in Mr. Ehrlichman's office when it was described how the assurance was given to Mr. Hunt's lawyer, Mr. Bittman.
Before you go on with that, Mr. Dean, so that you have some further preview of the subject matter I'm going to cover, and it would appear now that I probably may not finish my questions in this first round, but just so you know that I don't intend to skip those things, I have on my list the break-in, the cover-up, the so-called enemy list, executive privilege, executive clemency, domestic intelligence, Internal Revenue Service, Judge Ritchie, and a number of other things. So each of those I consider to be a subject that I want to explore more fully, but for the sake of time, I'd like to focus...
all I am doing is highlighting, as I just did right then, what was leading up to the February meetings.
All right, sir, but now for the sake of time, I'd like to focus at this moment on what the President knew and when he knew it. So
yes,
let's
sir.
Start first with direct information that you have.
All right, I'm going to give you a document that went directly to the President, and I think that the fastest way to handle that is for me just to read the document. We've already covered the first part of it.
What document is it, please?
This is exhibit number 32. The first part was what we just discussed, Baker meeting with President. Baker requested secret meeting, Ray Watergate hearings. Baker told Timmons he wants guidance, but to maintain his purity in the Senate, he doesn't want anyone to know of the meeting with the President. Timmons believes Baker wants to help. Timmons does not feel Baker would object if there were staff present during the meeting, so long as the fact the meeting never gets out. The meeting would be an excellent chance to find out what Baker plans to do, set up, channel to work with him. Now, this was based on a conversation, as I believe we discussed in executive session, of Mr. Timmons' perception of a conversation he'd had with you. Secondly, sending up Stans for confirmation. We don't know if Stans wants to do this, but we do know he wants to be rehabilitated and isn't afraid to tell his story publicly. Confirmation hearings would help diffuse Watergate hearings, and the more of this we get to the public, the less impact the Watergate hearings per se will have. This should be resolved quickly because it will only be helpful if it occurs prior to Watergate hearings. Stans has requested to see Dean February 28th upon his return from Jamaica. Third point, what to do with Magruder. Jeb wants to return to White House Bicentennial Project. May be vulnerable, Sloan, in parens, until Senate hearings are completed. Jeb personally is prepared to withstand confirmation hearings. 4, use of Buchanan as observer spokesman to keep press coverage honest. Watergate press coverage to date has been dishonest and libelous. Pat could call them to task. The hearings are going to be partisan. Pat could make certain the public understands this. Teddy Kennedy is the moving force behind the hearings. This can and should be documented. Pat can do this well. The public does not perceive Buchanan as being that close to the President. The basic question is whether the White House is going to sit quietly and take the unwarranted abuse that is bound to come from the hearings. We can't run a secret counter PR effort, so why not do it openly and respectfully? Pat can do that. Buchanan's role will eliminate much of the heat that Ziegler will otherwise receive, and Ziegler could even have Pat brief from time to time. 5th point on the agenda, getting the AG, the Attorney General, back on the reservation. The Attorney General is merely biding his time until he returns to private sector. The Attorney General is extremely loyal to the President, and if asked to take an active concern in these hearings and their fallout, would do so. Otherwise, he will probably do what is best for his own self-interest. Attorney General should be asked to remain in office at least 1 full year from this date, that is, until the hearings have passed, because the hearings may well result in requests for additional action by the Department of Justice. The AG can get Henry Peterson, who has the greatest loyalty for the Attorney General, to handle sensitive problems with ease. We can't afford bitterness in the Department of Justice, nor can we risk a new Attorney General being able to grapple with some of the potential problems.
Mr. Dean,
Now, as a result,
this was dictated by you?
This was as a result of a meeting I had with Mr. Haldeman discussing the agenda. These were matters that had come up in some of them had come up in La Costa. I was asked to boil them down into a paper to go in to discuss with the President.
All right. When was this paper prepared?
This was prepared the 19th or 20th of February of this year.
Now, some or all of these things, or at least some of these things, never occurred that are dealt with in here.
Well, I got a response back from each of the points on here. As I will subsequently turn here, there was a subsequent agenda prepared for the meeting between yourself and the President.
Which one is this?
That would be exhibit number 33. Mr. Stans, I was asked to talk to him to see if he was interested in being sent up for a confirmable post and to explore to see if there was any post that he was interested in. He and I discussed it, and he didn't have any particular post in mind and didn't particularly want to do it after he gave it some consideration. There was a presidential decision that Mr. Magruder could not return to the White House staff. There was also a decision by the President that Mr. Buchanan could not be used as an observer spokesman because the President, I was told, felt that Mr. Buchanan was too close to him, had been with him too long, relating back to even pre-68. And finally, there was a meeting, and there's a subsequent agenda I have in the exhibits for the meeting with the Attorney General. Now, as I say, these all led up to what later occurred in my discussions on the 27th and 28th with the President. Let me turn to the next exhibit. This was again requested by Mr. Haldeman. He said, prepare it, do not send it through normal channels because it was to be an totally off-the-record meeting between 30 and 45 minutes. Originally there was to be staff, either Dean or Timmons. That was decided there'd be no staff present, so both were crossed out on the record. The general area or general description was potential matters for discussion with Senator Baker. General, take Baker's pulse and find out how much he wants to help keep this from becoming a political circus. Baker can be assured that no one in the White House had any knowledge there was going to be a break-in and bugging of the DNC. If Baker appears to be truly desirous of cooperating, and the fact he is seeking guidance may so indicate, he might be told that there are matters unrelated to the bugging incident per se, for example, Segretti, Kalmbach, that could be embarrassing and tarnish good people whose motives were the highest. Surely he can appreciate that things which occur at the White House have a degree of sensitivity that occur nowhere else in government. The 1968 bugging, tell Baker that J. Edgar Hoover personally informed the President shortly after taking office that his campaign had been bugged, presently seeking to obtain documentation and evidence of that 1968 incident. Next subject on the potential agenda, or potential matters for discussion, was appearances of White House staff members before the Senate committee. Statement coming out shortly on the matter of executive privilege. Draft attached. I recall that when I first sent this document into the President, the draft was not attached. He was in his executive office building. I don't know if that's where you met with him or not, but I had a call, a frantic call, to get a copy of that draft down to him.
On executive privilege?
On executive privilege.
Do you know why?
I don't know why.
Go ahead.
I assume maybe you were meeting with him, or it was imminent you were going to be in the meeting with him. Cannot state at this time if such witnesses will be provided to the committee. Must wait to determine how issue develops. A possible resolution of the problem may be that when the committee believes a White House staff member is essential as a witness, we can compromise and agree upon sworn written interrogatories, that should be, rather than interrogation. General guidance, seek to get the hearings over as quickly as possible because they're really a potential witch hunt. The President can note that hearings of this type damage all government officials and institutions of government. The public wants to believe the worst about all politicians, and hearings of this type are going to damage all elected officials. Committee procedures should protect the rights of the minority members to information, calling its own witnesses, notice of meetings, etc. Minority counsel should be tough, aware of the way things operate in Washington, be able to handle a fellow like Sam Dash, who has been selected as majority counsel. Dash is a partisan. Communications with the White House. Wally Johnson should be initial contact point, but if Baker feels he wants to raise something he chooses not to discuss with Wally, then arrangements can be made to meet with Dean. Note, frankly, the naming of Dean as the man who deals with the President on such matters preserves our posture on executive privilege should Dean be called as a witness. Note, at the bottom, have just learned that Baker publicly announced the appointment of Fred Thompson as minority counsel. Timmons has recommended George Webster as our candidate.
Just out of curiosity, Mr. Dean, since this agenda was prepared at rather some length, first, did you dictate it?
Yes, I did, and again, this was on base of the meeting that had occurred at La Costa and discussions I'd had with Mr. Haldeman and Ehrlichman.
Can you enlighten us, I know, but would you enlighten us on how much, if any, of this agenda was covered at that meeting?
I only know what came out, was reported to me by the President and Mr. Haldeman, that the thrust of the meeting really was your calling upon the President to
waive executive
privilege. To waive executive privilege is correct, and I also, the President told me that you agree that the hearing should be over as soon as possible. If they linger, it will be damaging.
It also is your information that there was not a suggestion as to minority counsel because minority counsel was announced on that same day.
Announced, that is correct.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Dean.
The next significant document leading up to my meetings that some of these things were discussed on the 27th and 28th was a request again by Mr. Haldeman.
You have a
exhibit number? Yes, sir. This is exhibit number 34. And I have a cover note on this. I had hand-carried the other agenda over to Mr. Haldeman, whereas this one, there was a little more time. He had asked me not to send it through normal channels, so there's a cover note on Memorandum 4, H.R. Haldeman from John Dean. I did not use the prescribed format because I understand that you do not want this to pass into channels. Talking points for meeting with the Attorney General.
I think we've just talked out, Mr. Dean. I think that's another roll call vote. Would the committee like to try to alternate? We're on 10-minute voting cycles. I'm not sure we can do that. I think we better reset.
I have one or two very brief questions. I think I can complete mine in 5 minutes while you go vote, and I'll ask my questions, and then when you return, I'll go vote.
All right. Well, let's do that then. Does that suit you, Mr. Dean?
Whatever pleases the chair.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Dean, you've been in the chair now for 4 days, and I know how weary you must be. And I'll be extremely brief. There are one or two things I would like some clarification on. You have testified repeatedly that even though you were counsel to the President, you had no direct access to the President except going through Mr. Haldeman and Mr. Ehrlichman. Is that correct?
That is correct. In fact, Senator, I think the documents I've just referred to we're talking about direct meetings with the President. I'm asked to prepare an agenda shows the very pattern that exists in and of itself, where I sent everything I did through either Haldeman or Ehrlichman for anything of this nature.
Do you know who was responsible for that organizational setup?
Mr. Haldeman had basically told me who I would report to. Mr. Ehrlichman had been the former counsel, and when I got into legal areas that were of interest to him, I also supplied legal assistance through my office to the domestic counsel on occasion.
Then Mr. Haldeman informed you of that organizational setup. Is that a correct answer?
That's correct, sir. There was just, it wasn't a matter of being informed. It just existed when you arrived. When I started there, I was alone. I finally persuaded them to let me get one assistant. Slowly, as the workload of my office increased, I got 2 or 3 more. I had inherited a couple people when I came on that when Mr. Houston was there, but he never really worked directly for me. He was taking his assignments from Mr. Haldeman or doing speech writing for Mr. Price. And Mr. Caulfield, when I first came, was still doing assignments for Mr. Ehrlichman.
When were you told that you had no direct access to the President but must go through Mr. Haldeman and Mr. Ehrlichman?
Well, Senator, I had dealings with the White House before I even joined the staff, and I had a pretty good feel for the operation of the White House from working on developing various legislative programs that went over to the White House and talking to people over there. I'd gotten to know a number of people before I even went to the staff, and that's just the way it was.
Did you ever try to obtain direct access to the President without going through Mr. Haldeman and Mr. Ehrlichman?
There is no way that would be possible, Senator. If, for example, you were to pick up the telephone and call the President, the call would be transferred immediately by the operator to Mr. Haldeman or some other member of the staff. But generally, if, say, another staff member calling, the call would go to Haldeman to clear the call. He would want to know why you were going to call and what the substance of it was, so you just, in a sense, were reporting to Mr. Haldeman.
Did you ever see anyone try to go in the office of the President without going through Mr. Haldeman and Mr.
I think
Ehrlichman?
I made reference in my testimony that I believe there's a reporter in this room, Mr. Mollenhoff, who used to be on the White House staff, and I noted on occasion in looking back through some old records he had a special counsel title and worked in some areas where he was, in a sense, what I might call also firefighting, trying to put out problems of conflicts and dealing in areas like that. And I saw a number of memoranda that he had sent to the President, which never got there, and they had been returned by Mr. Haldeman.
You never saw him try to walk in the President's office?
No, I didn't. There are a lot of Secret Service agents around the President's office, I might add, also.
One other thing I'd like some clarification on. On Monday, I asked you a question that appears on page 2465, line 23 of the record. Did you think it was part of an effort to make you the fall guy in the plan? And your answer begins immediately, of course, after the question, but then beginning on line 8 of page 2466, you stated something that I would like more clarification on. I had seen situations like this occur where people who had not actually done something take the blame for it to avoid embarrassing others higher up. And I felt it was a real possibility. Now, were you referring to the situation at the White House?
Yes, sir, I was.
Could you give us an illustration of some instances of that type?
Well, I can give you instances that I think they're public knowledge of. I think I've already alluded to one because another member of this panel had a follow-up question of this nature. The one I've already referred to was the fact that Mr. Malik took the blame, so to speak, for instigating an investigation of Mr. Daniel Shore. Another interesting situation, there were, during the 70 campaign, a rather...
Now, who was he taking the blame for?
Mr. Haldeman.
Mr. Haldeman. All right. Go ahead.
Or the President.
All right. Proceed.
Another instance that occurs to me is when, during the 70 congressional campaign, there were a number of rather rough, you might call questionable political ethical standard ads run that got the name of the Shipley ads because Mr. Shipley had signed the ads. The ultimate blame came to rest at the White House, and it came to rest on Chuck Colson.
You're saying then in your testimony, as I understand it, that it was common practice in the White House when something went wrong for subordinates to take the blame for their superiors. Is that your testimony?
Yes, it is, Senator.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dean. I must rush to the Senate floor and vote, and the committee will stand in recess until the Vice Chairman or some other member return.
Fine.
Thank you, sir.
So Senator Talmadge has raised still a new ethical question, that of scapegoating. And in a moment, Senator Baker will pursue it even further with John Dean. Public Television's coverage of the Senate Watergate hearings will continue after this pause for station identification.
Unabridged coverage of these hearings is provided as a public service by the member stations of PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service. From Washington, NPACT continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, correspondent Jim Lehrer.
As the hearings resume after a floor vote in the Senate, Senator Baker has some questions related to the break-in at the office of Daniel Ellsberg, psychiatrist.
Committee will come to order. I understand that Senator Talmadge left to avoid missing this last roll call vote with possibly a question left unanswered. I was not here, so I can't say, but is there anything further you wish to add, Mr. Dean?
He was asking me about people who had taken the blame for their superiors at the White House from some examples, and I had cited two examples.
Dean, as Senator Thomas was leaving, I think the last words you said were that the person taking the blame was Chuck Colson and left it, and I think the follow-up that Senator Thomas would have asked is, who was he taking the blame for?
He was taking the blame for Mr. Haldeman, who had authorized the ads. There's one other example that gets into an area I believe you indicated you were going to question me on, and that is based on information that I have directly from Mr. Krogh, that it appears to me that based on a conversation I had with Mr. Krogh, that he is taking the blame for something.
You know who?
Pardon?
You know who?
I believe the President of the United States.
Well, maybe you ought to elaborate on that a little.
Well, It was on either the 28th or 29th of March that Mr. Krogh came to my office. He stopped by to express his sympathy for the adverse publicity I had received as a result of the Gray hearings and asked me how I was holding up, and I said, fine. It's not very pleasant, but my hands are tied and I can't speak. He said, then began a discussion of how he had been haunted ever since he'd left the White House about his own experiences there. And then we got into a discussion of the fact that there was evidence within the files of the Department of Justice indicating leads that might let the investigators from this committee discover the fact of the Ellsberg burglary, and we began discussing it. I asked him then if that had been authorized by Mr. Ehrlichman, and he told me, because knowing Mr. Krogh pretty well and knowing that Mr. Krogh was at a similar level as myself and wouldn't start something of that dimension without clearing it with someone. And he told me no, that to the best of his knowledge, Mr. Ehrlichman hadn't learned about it until after the fact, and told me that his orders had come directly from the Oval Office. And I was somewhat surprised, and so surprised I said, you've got to be kidding. And he repeated again, no, he said they came from the Oval Office.
This was Mr. Krogh speaking?
Yes, sir. And subsequently, of course, he has, under a sworn statement, said that he was totally responsible for the matter.
Mr. Dean, it's now a little after 4:30, and in deference to my colleagues, I'm not going to try to finish with the list of questions and topics that I outlined to you earlier. What I would like to do for about 10 minutes, almost 15 minutes, say to 4:45, is to go once again to the narrow focus of what the President knew and when he knew it relative to Watergate. So would you please move then to the next situation?
Yes, sir.
That would shed any light on that.
And that would be a document which was forwarded to the President that I was just referring to as we ended our conversation, and it's exhibit number 34 for a talking points for a meeting with the Attorney General. This was requested that I prepare this by Mr. Haldeman and send it not through normal channels for a meeting, but rather directly to him because of the sensitivity of the document. Background: Kleindienst is biding his time until he returns to private law practice. He's discussed joining several law firms and has a particularly attractive offer from one that he would probably like to accept. Kleindienst is less than enthusiastic about helping to solve some of the tough problems related to the forthcoming Watergate hearings. He doesn't want to get himself involved in any controversy at this time. The morale at the Department of Justice is low because they're extremely loyal to Kleindienst but think the White House is trying to force him out. Kleindienst is extremely loyal to the President and will do anything asked of him by the President. Recommendations: Kleindienst should be asked to remain in office at least one full year from this date. That is, until after the Watergate hearings have passed, because the hearings may well result in a request for additional action by the Department of Justice. We can't afford bitterness at the Justice Department, nor can we risk a new Attorney General being able to handle some of the potential problems. Kleindienst should be asked to follow the hearings closely and keep us apprised of any potential problems from a Department of Justice standpoint. Kleindienst should be given the feeling that he is an important member of the team and not merely because of these hearings is he being asked to stay on.
Now, when Mr. Kleindienst did not stay on, is that right?
His resignation was accepted, I believe, on the 30th of April.
Just out of curiosity, is it your personal knowledge that Mr. Kleindienst's resignation was not requested, but rather was tendered on by Mr. Kleindienst?
That is my understanding.
Go ahead, sir.
The first meeting then I had after these series of documents were exchanged, and I was told of the results of the meetings in the first instance by Mr. Haldeman, and subsequently by the President himself when I met with him. That meeting was on the 27th of February. And it was at this meeting that the President asked me to report directly to him on all Watergate matters. There'd been a great exchange of this type of memorandum back and forth into the President's office and out. He indicated to me at that time that this was consuming a great deal of time of Mr. Haldeman and Mr. Ehrlichman, and that at that time he also indicated to me that they were principals, and he felt that I could be more objective in this matter. We had, I think, a lengthy discussion of that this morning with one of the members of the panel. As I indicated, it was at this meeting that the President also repeated what had earlier been reported to me by Mr. Haldeman about your meeting with the President, in which you had told the President that you suggested he waive executive privilege. He had told you that he was going to hold the line at written interrogatories, and he asked me at that time what did I think about that, and I said I certainly thought that written interrogatories could be handled. He also discussed the fact that he didn't want Mr. Haldeman and Ehrlichman to appear on the Hill.
Incidentally, Mr. Dean, at that point, as we know, you are here without a claim of executive privilege. Mr. Haldeman and Mr. Dean Mr. Haldeman and Mr. Ehrlichman are under subpoena, and it is our understanding that they will appear without a claim of executive privilege. Can you identify the point at which this position at the White House was reversed and that those privileges indeed were waived?
I believe it was probably as to the statements on executive privilege continued to change certainly after the April 30th resignations of Haldeman and Ehrlichman and my departure from the White House staff.
Do you know who recommended the change position?
I do not. I was not privy to the conversations at that point in time.
But in any event, there is no claim now of executive privilege or attorney-client privilege as far as you're concerned.
That is correct.
As far as we know, as far as any other witnesses concerned.
That is correct. Counsel has just reminded me of something that at one point in time we were going down to appear in a special Saturday session before the grand jury, and the Friday night before, when we went to visit with the prosecutors, there was a sheet that had been handed out by the White House on executive privilege, and at that point in April, sometime in April, the latter half of the month, executive privilege was still being claimed, particularly vis-a-vis the grand jury as well.
There was a speech by the President, I believe, on May 22nd on this subject, but that's really not important to this query, so we'll move on from that. I am anxious in the moments we have remaining to talk about first-hand information that you have, so-called, what I call Category 1 information, direct knowledge.
Yes,
of
sir.
What the President knew and when he knew it. So if you'd move on into those categories.
Well, it was in the meeting on the 27th that the President urged me to, he reported the fact that you would ask that your contact not be anybody at the White House, rather somebody, very specifically the Attorney General, Mr. Kleindienst. And I was asked by the President then to make sure that Kleindienst had, in fact, met with you. I had met with Kleindienst the preceding day, as I recall, in a general discussion, and he had indicated to me that he wanted to turn over the FBI materials. I don't think he was aware at that point in time, well, he couldn't have been aware at that, he may have been aware at that point in time, the fact that you were to be the contact point for the hearings, and he had not yet scheduled a meeting with you I don't know what conversations he'd had with you, but he had said that he hadn't worked out a firm date to have these hearings, that he was hoping to meet with both you and the chairman.
Do you know, in fact, that when he did meet with us...
No, I do not.
But do you know that it was with me and Senator Ervin?
That was my understanding, yes. That was his desire. Apparently, you indicated you wanted to meet with both. Thought it could be most effective if the meeting was with both you and the chairman, and that's what Mr. Kleinings reported to me.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Dean.
Well, as I've also testified, there was some discussion of the composition of the committee. He felt that at that point in time he hoped that the White House could receive some assistance from you. That's why he was hoping that, urging me to have the Attorney General work closely with you. We discussed Senator Gurney. Senator Gurney, the President said no one has to get in touch with him. He'll do what's right. He felt very comfortable that that was our best friend on the committee.
Incidentally, one other thing. I noticed in one of the memos, one of the exhibits, that the mention was made of Attorney General Kleindienst and of you as a possible communication point for committee affairs.
It was Wally Johnson or myself, I believe.
Well, would you confirm that you and I have never discussed that?
Yes, sir, I would.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
I might add, jumping forward in a meeting, though, there at one point in the meeting on March 22nd, when Mr. Mitchell was with the President, there was a call as a result of staff inquiry from a member of your staff that said that still seeking guidance, and this report had come to the President from Mr. Timmons, and during the middle of the meeting, the President picked up the phone and tried to, or called the Attorney General and said, you know, get on up there and meet with Senator Baker and work these problems out. At that meeting also, he told me, he said, John, you should start having direct dealings with Senator Ervin and Senator Baker on the parameters of executive privilege. This was right in the middle of the Gray hearings, and I told the President, I said, I think that would be very unwise, Mr. President, because I'm the point in controversy in the Gray hearings, and I'd be up there negotiating my own position, so to speak.
Remember, too, at that time, that the chairman was talking about arresting people at the White House gate.
That is correct.
And the President was talking about having a lawsuit.
I also remember one of having a discussion with the Attorney General about this area, and he told me, he said we have more marshals than they have sergeant at arms, and if we run out of marshals, your boss has got the army.
Go ahead, Mr. Dean.
Now, it was something that occurred that was very similar to the September 15th meeting. After we'd had these discussions, on my way out of the office, he again repeated to me that I'd done an excellent job of dealing with the matter during the campaign with the Watergate problem. He said that it had been the only issue that the McGovern people had had, that the Democrats and had tried to make a big issue out of it, and I told him that I'd only managed to contain the matter during the campaign, and again, feeling that I didn't know how long the cover-up could go on, that this thing could go on indefinitely. I was trying to...
Did you use the word cover-up?
I used the word contain. And he said to me, I said, I'm not sure it can be contained indefinitely. He then, I can recall this very vividly, he said, John, he said, I've got a lot of confidence in you, and he said, you know, we have to just keep fighting back, and I'm sure you can do it, and I want you to report directly to me on all your problems and not bother Bob and John, referring to Haldeman and Ehrlichman.
Did you feel at that time that the President had confidence in you?
Did I feel? As I think I testified earlier, I thought that I had earned my stripes by that time, so to speak. Somebody else classified it, I think Senator Montoya, as I'd gotten my spurs, and I felt he did. Yes, sir.
Mr. Dean, it's 4:45, and I've covered much territory, and I have much other that I've already mentioned to you I'd like to cover, but at this point I'd like to yield. Senator Talmadge has not returned. I understand that he's finished his interrogation for this round, and the next one would be Senator Weicker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Dean, just a couple of preliminary questions before I get into the main thrust of questioning. And this asks for an opinion, admittedly so, but I'd still like to hear it. On April the 30th, 1973, the President announced your resignation, along with Messrs. Kleindienst, Haldeman, and Ehrlichman. And the President had some very warm things to say about Mr. Haldeman and Mr. Ehrlichman. Not very much to say about you, and only very little to say about Mr. Kleindienst. Would you care to opine as to why this particular treatment?
I don't want to offer an opinion. I'll just say this, that given the fact that I wasn't playing ball, I wasn't surprised. And I might also add this, that I thought it was somewhat unfair to put Mr. Kleindienst's name amongst the others that were leaving the White House staff at that time. I had a definite reaction to that. I thought that was unfair to Mr. Kleindienst, who had, as I understood it, proffered his own resignation, and then suddenly it was lumped with others who there'd been a good deal of press speculation about being involved in the Watergate.
You had information that Mr. Kleindienst indeed had offered his resignation prior to this time?
No, I didn't. I'd heard that subsequently, that he had proffered it.
Now, one other brief question. The committee has received evidence that a courier for Senator Muskie's campaign microfilm documents, which were typed by Sally Duncan, Bart Porter's secretary, and delivered by her to Gordon Strawn at the White House. This was in earlier testimony before this committee. Now, what do you know about the source of the list of Muskie contributors, which list you provided to the committee yesterday?
The only thing I know about that list is it was sent to me from Mr. Colson's office.
I see. Now, Mr. Dean, the line of questioning which I'm going to follow is going to include you to some extent. It's going to include me to some extent. But one of the jobs that I think we have is to preserve the opportunity for every individual to be heard, and heard fairly when they come before this committee, whether it's you or any other witness, and to probe fairly, as has been the case by the members of this committee. Obviously, the seriousness of the matter before us also makes it imperative that the committee itself and each member of the committee have credibility and be believed. Now, our job, in other words, here I look upon as getting to the facts, not to get the president. And to have the United States or Americans feel as to exactly what it is that happened to their political system, and in fact what happened to their Constitution. With that in mind, I now intend to review some of your testimony and to also review some of the things that have happened. Certainly, I and the committee, the American people, have seen things that have been illegal, They've seen things that have been unconstitutional, and they've seen and heard those things which I could only categorize as gross. But to get to the issue of the credibility of witnesses, I first want to find out what your comments would be to the memorandum that was read to you by Senator Inouye. Except this time what I'm going to do is I'm going to point out to you and to the American people the difference between the first memorandum that was sent to the committee and the second memorandum that was sent to Senator Inouye. The first memorandum sent from Mr. Fred Bizart at the White House made the following statement. History fails to record that at that moment Dean corrected the Attorney General's erroneous impression by pointing out that however innocently Mitchell, Magruder, and Dean had all been involved in planning of operations of which Watergate was an obvious derivative, or that Strawn had knowledge of the fruits of this kind of operation, or that all of them were suborning, perjury, and otherwise seeking to conceal the facts. Now let me show you the key difference between the first and the second versions. The first version, here I'm going to cut it off. History fails to record that at that moment Dean corrected the Attorney General's erroneous impression by pointing out that however innocently Mitchell, Magruder, and Dean. The memorandum which was read to you by Senator Inouye, which was the second memorandum to come from the White House, read as follows. History fails to record that at the moment Dean corrected the Attorney General's erroneous impression by pointing out that Mitchell, Magruder, and Dean, in other words, omitting, however innocently. Now, to get to further aspects of the memorandum, the first memorandum stated, it is probable, because of executive privilege, it is not possible even to speculate on the extent to which Dean helped induce the views on attorney-client privilege. The second version of the memorandum read, it is probable that Dean helped induce the views on attorney-client privilege. Then again, in the first version of the memorandum given to this committee by Mr. Bizart and the White House, the statement was made in the first edition. The President indicated to Ehrlichman that his conversations with Dean throughout the preceding month had given him a growing awareness of Dean's personal involvement, and that his sending him to Camp David apparently was a device to smoke him out. The second version that came from the White House reads as follows. The President indicated to Ehrlichman that his conversations with Dean throughout the preceding month had given him a growing awareness of Dean's personal involvement in this period. And then, lastly, let me be patient here for a minute. The first version. Dean was not merely one of the architects of the cover-up plan. He was also, perhaps, its most active participant. The second version from the White House. Dean was not merely one of the architects of the cover-up plan. He was also its most active participant. I think it's important to point out, Mr. Chairman, to the committee, the very substantial discrepancies in the two memorandums sent to this committee. But probably the greatest disservice performed by the White House in this instance comes on the following fact. And before I make my statement in regard to the entire memorandum, I'd like to read a quote from a speech given by the Vice President of the United States not long ago, where he goes ahead and blasts this committee in which speech he states, "There is no question whatever that some men, despite their innocence, will be ruined by all of this, even though I'm sure that the Senate intended nothing of this kind when it commissioned this investigation." And I think, Mr. Chairman, that the American people should know that the author of the White House memorandum, read by Senator Inouye yesterday, makes statements of facts concerning John Mitchell, which in effect assume that he took part in a conspiracy to break and enter, that he took part in obstructing justice and suborning perjury. And all this without an admission or a conviction of John Mitchell. And this, Mr. Chairman, done in the document sent by the White House to this committee. I don't believe that in anything that the committee has done to date, we have overstepped our bounds to this extent. And I think it important to note, not only in the case of Mr. Dean, who sits before us, but also in the case of Mr. Mitchell, who is to come before us. Now, Mr. Dean, I didn't mean to jump ahead of you. Have you any comment to make relative to this memoranda? And if so, I don't mean to cut you off.
When the memorandum was being read yesterday, as you recall, Senator, I commented point by point as they went through it. I'll certainly stand on the comments I made yesterday, and I certainly stand on my testimony, and I refuse to engage in descriptions of motives of others myself.
Now, Mr. Chairman, as I indicated, there have been acts that have been illegal, unconstitutional, and those in the general category of gross. And I'd like to go ahead and repeat now as to exactly what acts have been testified to, have been proven or admitted in the illegal area. Acts committed by various members of the executive branch of government. Conspiracy to obstruct justice, conspiracy to intercept wire or oral communications, subordination of perjury, conspiracy to obstruct a criminal investigation, conspiracy to destroy evidence, conspiracy to file false sworn statements, conspiracy to commit breaking and entering, conspiracy to commit burglary, misprision of a felony, filing of false sworn statements, perjury, breaking and entering, burglary, interception of wire and oral communications, obstruction of a criminal investigation, attempted interference with administration of the Internal Revenue laws, and attempted unauthorized use of internal revenue information. These are illegal matters, proven or admitted, that have been accomplished by the executive branch of this government. As to those matters that are unconstitutional, attempts to infringe upon people's First Amendment rights, free speech, in the press, the enemy list, which we've seen, First Amendment rights to peaceable assembly, Fourth Amendment rights to be secure in our houses and papers and effects, and the 14th Amendment rights, denial of rights to fair trial, right to due process of law. That's what we've heard has been done in the way of unconstitutional acts by the executive branch of government. And now when we get into the area of the gross, I think it very important that we have more than just an exhibit before us. The exhibits that were part of the enemy papers submitted by Mr. Dean to this committee yesterday. And before I make my statement in regard to the entire memorandum, I'd like to read a quote from a speech given by the Vice President of the United States not long ago, where he goes ahead and blasts this committee, in which speech he states, "There is no question whatever that some men, despite their innocence, will be ruined by all of this, even though I'm sure that the Senate intended nothing of this kind when it commissioned this investigation." And I think, Mr. Chairman, that the American people should know that the author of the White House memorandum, read by Senator Inouye yesterday, makes statements of facts concerning John Mitchell, which in effect assume that he took part in a conspiracy to break and enter, that he took part in obstructing justice and suborning perjury. And all this without an admission or a conviction of John Mitchell. And this, Mr. Chairman, done in the document sent by the White House to this committee. I don't believe that in anything that the committee has done to date, we have overstepped our bounds to this extent. And I think it important to note, not only in the case of Mr. Dean, who sits before us, but also in the case of Mr. Mitchell, who is to come before us. Now, Mr. Dean, I didn't mean to jump ahead of you. Have you any comment to make relative to this memoranda? And if so, I don't mean to cut you off.
When the memorandum was being read yesterday, as you recall, Senator, I commented point by point as they went through it. I'll certainly stand on the comments I made yesterday, and I certainly stand on my testimony, and I refuse to engage in descriptions of motives of others myself.
Now, Mr. Chairman, as I indicated, there have been acts that have been illegal, unconstitutional, and those in the general category of gross. And I'd like to go ahead and repeat now as to exactly what acts have been testified to, have been proven or admitted in the illegal area. Acts committed by various members of the executive branch of government. Conspiracy to obstruct justice, conspiracy to intercept wire or oral communications, subordination of perjury, conspiracy to obstruct a criminal investigation, conspiracy to destroy evidence, conspiracy to file false sworn statements, conspiracy to commit breaking and entering, conspiracy to commit burglary, misprision of a felony, filing of false sworn statements, perjury, breaking and entering, burglary, interception of wire and oral communications, obstruction of a criminal investigation, attempted interference with administration of the Internal Revenue laws, and attempted unauthorized use of internal revenue information. These are illegal matters, proven or admitted, that have been accomplished by the executive branch of this government. As to those matters that are unconstitutional, attempts to infringe upon people's First Amendment rights, free speech, in the press, the enemy list, which we've seen, First Amendment rights to peaceable assembly, Fourth Amendment rights to be secure in our houses and papers and effects, and the 14th Amendment rights, denial of rights to fair trial, right to due process of law. That's what we've heard has been done in the way of unconstitutional acts by the executive branch of government. And now when we get into the area of the gross, I think it very important that we have more than just an exhibit before us. The exhibits that were part of the enemy papers submitted by Mr. Dean to this committee yesterday. And I'd like to go ahead and read just very short portions from that memorandum, from some of those memorandum. This, I would say, falls into the area of gross. Memorandum for John Dean from Charles Colson. I've received a well-informed tip that there are income tax discrepancies involving the return of Harold J. Gibbons, a vice president of the Teamsters Union in St. Louis. This has come to me on very, very good authority. Gibbons, you should know, is an all-out enemy, a McGovernite, ardently anti-Nixon. He is one of the 3 labor leaders who were recently invited to Hanoi. Please see if this one can be started on at once, and if there is an informer's fee, let me know. There's a good cause at which it can be donated. Let me read from your memorandum, Mr. Dean, and I imagine this couldn't have been one of your proudest moments in life. If I'm not mistaken, the subject dealing with our political enemies was a memorandum written by you to Mr. Haldeman. Is that correct?
I'll have to confess I had to do some research to prepare that because it was a new field for me.
Well, I think we've got to get it all out on the table here, and that means everybody. And I'm just going to read 2 paragraphs which I find to be absolutely amazing, being written in the White House of the United States. After reviewing this matter with a number of persons possessed of expertise in the field, this subject of this is dealing with our political enemies. After reviewing this matter with a number of persons possessed of expertise in the field, I've concluded that we do not need an elaborate mechanism or game plan. Rather, we need a good project coordinator and full support for the project. In brief, the system would work as follows. The project coordinator should then determine, and this is one of the ways the system operates, project coordinator should then determine what sorts of dealings these individuals have with the federal government, talking about our political enemies now, and how we can best screw them. Parenthesis, e.g., grant availability, federal contracts, litigation, prosecution. Now to move along to that portion of the Internal Revenue Service memo, just one sentence. Walters must be made to know, this is how you use the Internal Revenue Service against your political enemies. Walters must be made to know that discrete political actions and investigations on behalf of the administration are a firm requirement and responsibility on his part. In the same memorandum, we've been unable to obtain information in the possession of IRS regarding our political enemies. And then lastly, in one of the lists which we received, that list which, as I understand it, is this the opponent priority activity, Mr. Dean? Does that come from Mr. Colson's office, Mr. Bell?
That's correct.
All right. The language is very prosaic as to how this starts off. Having studied the attached material and evaluated the recommendations for the discussed action, I believe you will find my list worthwhile for go status. It's a space age come to dirty politics. It's in priority order. And now I want everybody to listen to some of the comments that are made alongside the names. It's time to give them the message. They should be hitting hard, starting with this particular individual. A scandal would be most helpful here. We should give them a try. Positive results would stick a pin in Jackson's white hat. Coming on fast, emerging as a leading black anti-Nixon spokesman, has known weaknesses for white females. These are the exhibits. These are the exhibits that were turned in yesterday. They form a part of the record of activity, along with those matters unconstitutional and illegal. And now we get to the point as to whether or not these attitudes still prevail, or whether, in fact, they still continue. Mr. Dean, I'm now referring to your statement on page 163. Ehrlichman and Haldeman concluded that the theory for dealing with this committee should be as follows. The White House will take a public posture of full cooperation, but privately will attempt to restrain the investigation and make it as difficult as possible to get information and witnesses. A behind-the-scenes media effort would be made to make the Senate inquiry appear very partisan. And the ultimate goal would be to discredit the hearing and reduce their impact by attempting to show that the Democrats have engaged in the same types of activities. Would you like to expand on that statement at all at this time? I plan to go through a chronology of events even as they affect me and you, but is there anything in the way of a general statement that you would like to make here at this time?
I think I indicated this to counsel yesterday that this particular LaCosta meeting, I made several notes which I have not turned over as an exhibit but will be turned over as an exhibit, and this material is documented in that form.
Well, now, Mr. Dean, I'm going to go through a chronology of events. Because the thing that worries me, I suppose, more than anything else about these hearings is that people say these things happened in 1970, they happened in 1971, they happened in 1972, but it's 1973. And these are matters that were back then, they involve people that existed back then. And so it's now my intention to go through a chronology of something that affects this committee, already having tried to establish somewhat as to what was being done to the credibility of this particular witness. We have your statement on the LaCosta meetings, which was February 10th and 11th of 1973. Around March the 26th or March the 27th, I indicated by press statements that I thought the Watergate conspiracy went beyond those 7 persons engaged in the actual break-in. This was done in a statement with the press outside my office and also in an interview with UPI. That was on the 26th and 27th of March. And now I intend, Mr. Chairman, to read a taped telephone conversation between Mr. Ehrlichman and Mr. Kleindienst on the 28th of March. This conversation, taped by Mr. Ehrlichman and in the possession of the committee.
Like we might identify it as having been submitted under subpoena by Mr. Ehrlichman to this committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Staff. Ehrlichman, the President wanted me to cover with you. Are you on an outside line? Kleindienst, I'm at my parents' house. Ehrlichman, oh, fine, okay, so it's a direct line. Number one, he wanted me to ask you those 2 things that I did yesterday about the grand jury and about Baker. He had me call Pat Gray and have Pat contact Lowell Weicker to ask Weicker about his second story that he put out yesterday to the effect that he had information about White House involvement. And Weicker told Gray that he was talking there about political sabotage and not about the Watergate. Kleindienst. About the Segretti case? Ehrlichman, yeah, and he was quite vague with Pat as to what he had. Kleindienst, I called him also, after I talked to the President on Monday. Ehrlichman. Well, the President's feeling is that it wouldn't be too bad for you and your press conference in the next couple of days to take a swing at that. Putting in my own parenthesis, that's me. Now I get back on the record and just say we contacted the Senator because we continue to exercise diligence in this thing and we're determined to track down every lead, and it turns out he doesn't have anything. Kleindienst, I'd really, at this delicate point, question the advisability of provoking, a confrontation with Weicker. He's essentially with us. He and Baker get along good. Ehrlichman. Is he? Kleindienst. And as soon as I make this statement, I intend to interrupt with my own comment. Baker has had a long talk with him and told him to shut up and said that he would. Now, this is serious business. It's not a time for a wisecracks. It's a time for everybody telling the truth and telling it hard. And I don't think there's any question, Howard, there are times maybe you and I don't agree, but Howard Baker has never, in any manner, shape, or form, directly or indirectly, ever told Senator Weicker to shut up. And I'm going to put that one right out on the record. I think that
it is indeed a serious moment, but I can't overlook the presumptuousness of a man who's 5'7" telling a 6'6" to shut up.
Thank you. And I talked with him on, I'll just start over again. Baker has had a long talk with him and told him to shut up and said that he would. And I talked with him. We're now back. This is Kleindienst speaking. Kleindienst talking with me. I talked with him on Sunday after he said he didn't have anything, but he's kind of an excitable kid, and we just might not want to alienate him. And I think that if he finds himself in a direct word battle with the White House and me and loses face about it, I think in the long run we might need that guy's vote. Ehrlichman, I see. You don't think that this is evidence of alienation to the point of no return then? Kleindienst, no. You mean Lowell? Ehrlichman, yeah. No, I don't. He's pretty disenchanted with the whole concept of it, and then there's a fade in the tape. Ehrlichman, well, use your own judgment on it, Richard. Kleindienst. On TV, I guess, 7 or 8 times this Sunday, when I finished my testimony before my Appropriations Committee, all 3 networks, I referred to the letter that I'd sent to Sirica, and I also emphasized and repeatedly said, A, the President wants this investigated. Let the chips fall where they will. But secondly, if anybody has any information, we not only want it, we expect to get it so we can investigate it, and if necessary, indict other people, and that anybody who withholds information like that is obstructing justice. But I did not refer to Weicker, and my judgment right now is not to do so. Ehrlichman, okay. Kleindienst, if he gets to that point, the hell with him. Ehrlichman, well, our uneducated, uninformed impression was that he was trying to develop an attack line here on the White House or the President. Kleindienst, if we would conclude that that is what he's up to, that he's completely alienated, then I say we've got to take him on. Ehrlichman, well, keep track of that, and you'll be talking to Baker, and you get a feel of it. And the phone conversation goes on. This is in the possession of the committee. If any committee member desires full reading of it, I'll be glad to do that, but I am developing this along the line of our committee and the members of the committee, and I don't think the other matters in the phone conversation relate to that.
Senator Weicker, the document is in the files, and I understand was transcribed by committee staff. And
right.
Of course, is available.
Actually, this was given to the committee by Mr. Ehrlichman's counsel, Mr. Wilson, under subpoena. The actual tape, we understand, is in the possession of the prosecutors.
Now, Mr. Dean, do you know of any other efforts, and I'll pick up the time sequence here in a minute, but in around this period of time, do you know of any other efforts to interfere with other members of the committee?
Senator, I don't at that time. I was up at Camp David at this point in time. I was unaware of what was happening. I had developed somewhat of a strained relationship with Mr. Ehrlichman and Mr. Haldeman already by this time as a result of some of the things that had occurred on the 21st and the 22nd. Then I believe the President was in Florida. Sometime before this, however, in discussing this committee, I recall hearing, and I cannot recall specifically who raised it, that a number of members of this committee, or the Republican members, may have received campaign contributions during the 70 election from the White House, and some of that money might not have been reported, and that should be examined. The records of those contributions are locked in a safe in my former office. They were deposited there by Mr. Colson. I have never read them. In fact, they were put in there with instructions that nobody on my staff was to look at them, including myself. And the thought was to go through those and find out what was in there. I am not aware specifically of any of the details of any of the contributions that were made to Republicans or Democrats or anyone specifically. I know this was discussed, though, at one point in time.
But in other words, this was one of the matters that was discussed to look into as a means of
Senator, I believe it was specifically
embracing the committee.
No, specifically within reference to you, right. And trying to some way embarrass you.
I understand that, and we're going to get to that. I'll have to pick up the next step on my own hook. Around April the 10th, I was informed by an individual who is well aware of these contributions during the 1970 campaign that he had been approached by the White House and had been requested to indicate to them that something illegal or something wrong attached itself to the contributions made to my campaign. His answer to the White House and his answer to press people who had been sent by the White House was that there wasn't anything illegal and there wasn't anything wrong. But I was notified of this fact on April the 10th. Now, Mr. Dean, I come to our meeting of May the 3rd, when I, along with members of my staff and your counsel, met with you. Would you describe to the committee that incident which took place during the interview, at which point in time you asked to leave the room with me?
The meeting was arranged by counsel, and counsel thought that since it was becoming imminent that I was going to appear up here and that you wanted very much to talk with me, that I should indeed cooperate and talk with you. I told them at that time that I didn't want to get into any depth of testimonial areas, but I was happy to discuss sort of the outer parameters of some of my areas of knowledge because of your membership on the committee. Before we commenced that discussion, at some point in time, I thought I ought to inform you of the fact that I had just raised a minute ago, that I was aware of the fact that there was an effort to embarrass you, and I didn't want to get into that discussion in front of your staff or anyone else. I thought it had come to me. I didn't know the substance of it, and I thought, as one person to another, I ought to just tell you what I knew about that and bring it to your attention.
And what was my response to you?
That they were barking up the wrong tree.
Would you say that 30 seconds, a minute would be
at the most. We turned around and went right back in the room.
Right. We next moved to an incident that occurred within the last several days, whereby a reporter in Washington, D.C. was informed by Mr. Charles Colson that he was involved in the giving of monies to my campaign, and that he had reason to believe that the money wasn't properly handled, and quite frankly, I was being a disloyal Republican, and the time had come to swing around. when pinned to substantiate this request, there was absolutely no substantiation by Mr. Colson. But that was enough to finally go ahead and get me a little mad. And so a couple of days ago, I indicated over NBC television prior to these hearings that efforts were still being made to pressure this committee. And indeed, yesterday, I received a call from the White House from Mr. Leonard Garment. And he was most concerned about my statement, wanted to know what the facts were. I indicated to him the Colson story, which I have just read here. I did not indicate to him our meeting. I did not indicate to him the attempt of the White House to communicate with another individual who, for the time being, I shall leave nameless. And I then told Mr. Garment, I said that Mr. Colson was his problem. He wasn't my problem. And the time had come either to step forward and make a specific charge or to go ahead and disavow these attempts to smear a member of the committee. But I don't think that's enough. And so this morning I communicated with Mr. Archibald Cox, a special prosecutor. I think I've had sufficient personal experience, both in reading the taped telephone conversation and with this nebulous threat as to campaign funds, so that in my opinion there's the possible violation of yet another law. And after all, the violation of laws is the business of the prosecutor and not this committee. And therefore, I have communicated all the facts that I've discussed here with you, with the prosecutor, and I have asked him to look into the possible violation of Section 1505, which is the obstruction of proceedings before departments, agencies, and committees. The last part of that section says, whoever corruptly or by threats or force or by any threatening letter or communication influences, obstructs, or impedes, or endeavors to influence, obstruct, or impede the due and proper administration of the law under which such proceeding is being had before such department or agency of the United States, or the due and proper exercise of the power of inquiry under which such inquiry or investigation is being had by either House or any committee of either House or any joint committee of the Congress, shall be fined not more than $5,000 or imprisoned not more than 5 years or both. Now, I know, Mr. Dean, this has been making you sit through an event that you only had a small part in, but I think it's important.
I might just add, Senator, there may be a parallel story, but I would not like to get into it right now as far as efforts to attack my own character and some of the individuals that I've become aware that have been involved in that also.
Let me ask you this. Have there been any attempts made to influence you regarding your testimony before this committee?
Well, there's been every effort in the world to make me look in the worst possible light, to try to intimidate me through that process, to try to make it as difficult as possible for me to testify. That has occurred, yes.
Well, let's put it this way. Whether it's you in that witness chair, or whether it's me in this committee chair, or any other man in back of this table, or any other witness that's going to come before this committee, there are going to be no more threats, no intimidation, no innuendo, no working through the press to go ahead and destroy the credibility of individuals. If the executive branch of government wants to meet the standards that the American people set for it in their minds, then the time has come to stop reacting and stop playing this type of a game and either disavow it completely or make the very specific charges that apparently are being leaked out, either against the committee members or against the witnesses appearing before this committee. Now I'm going to conclude this way, Mr. Chairman, and then I'm done. And I've tried to, as I say, accomplish one role that I think needed accomplishing in these hearings. Among the rumors that are floated around, and this isn't hearsay, are on 3 different occasions plans to the effect that I am such a disloyal Republican, I'm going to switch to the Democratic Party. Now, I'm going to tell you, in your memorandum, Mr. Dean, you went ahead and had me described, whether it was you or Mr. Haldeman or Ehrlichman, whoever was there, as an independent who would give the White House trouble. But I say before you, and I say before the American people in this committee, that I'm here as a Republican. And quite frankly, I think that I express the feelings of the 42 other Republican senators that I work with and the Republicans of the state of Connecticut, and in fact, the Republican Party, far better than these illegal, unconstitutional, and gross acts which have been committed over the past several months by various individuals. Let me make it clear, because I've got to have bipartisan moment. Republicans do not cover up. Republicans do not go ahead and threaten. Republicans do not go ahead and commit illegal acts. And God knows Republicans don't view their fellow Americans as enemies to be harassed, but rather I can assure you that this Republican and those that I serve with look upon every American as human beings to be loved and won. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Weicker, thank you very much. I think that it might be in order at this time to remark that I had the opportunity to discuss this matter with you this morning before the committee hearings began. And at that time, you and I discussed the possibility that if there were, in fact, indications that anyone had tried to create an atmosphere or to produce a malicious impact on any witness or any member of this committee, that under the statute law and according to the precepts of fair play, that would be a legitimate inquiry for the staff of this committee and for the other law enforcement agencies of the country. So may I call on you and any other member of this committee, and in the absence of the chairman, but I'm sure that I speak his sentiments as well, to say that as, if, and when we develop information of past occurrences that ought to be investigated, and certainly of future ones, relating to any person, relating to any witness, relating to any member of this committee, that will promptly be investigated by the staff of this committee, surely within the scope and jurisdiction of our effort. With that, it's 5:30, and I'd ask the expression of sentiment of my colleagues on whether we should continue at this time or adjourn until 10 in the morning. If there's no objection, then the committee will stand in recess till 10 tomorrow morning.
So, we've been watching John Dean for 4 days now, and I think it's becoming increasingly clear that if John Dean's testimony is to be discredited, the deed won't be done by the Irvin Committee. It will have to come from some other source, possibly the White House. Dean will be back tomorrow for the committee to conclude its questioning of him. He's been the sole witness this week. And yet, after 3 days of questioning, the committee has elicited little information that wasn't contained in his original 245-page opening statement. That statement was so massive and so rich that it has bedeviled the committee ever since, as senators hop from one topic to another, jumping from an official 1971 enemies list to a 1973 meeting on the Watergate cover-up. The next witness will be the former Attorney General and Campaign Director John Mitchell. But the real current questions are waiting for John Ehrlichman and Bob Haldeman, members of the White House faction that now appears opposed to the Magruder-Mitchell-Dean team. And the most crucial questions are for the President himself. Chairman Ervin today again emphasized the importance of getting some sort of input from President Nixon, but no one on the committee is ready to demand that the President be invited or even subpoenaed by the committee. Perhaps they're afraid such a move would deepen what's now been officially termed by the White House a constitutional crisis, or perhaps they just fear such a move would be bad public relations.
As you saw, during the final moments of today's questioning, Senator Weicker was talking with John Dean about White House plans to influence the Ervin Committee. And that was one of the things Impact correspondent Peter Kay talked to Senator Baker about when the hearings ended.
Senator Weicker spoke at the end of today's session about pressure on him, on John Dean, and by implication on other committee members from the White House. Have you had such pressure since these hearings have started?
Well, it depends on how you approach it. No, I have not had pressure. I've had an inquiry from the White House that has been spoken of in this record about whether they might have some input into selecting minority counsel. I did not interpret that as pressure, and I found no difficulty in saying no, and the matter dropped. There was no effort to press it further. Senator Weicker made a point that I think concerns him very greatly and is very important. And as you know, I indicated to Senator Weicker and my colleagues on the committee that if there is even an indication, a reasonable indication that someone is trying to pressure the committee members or a witness or anyone else, that it's certainly within our jurisdiction and authority to investigate it. I can understand Senator Weicker's concern. I'm sympathetic to it, and I think he was perfectly within his rights to make the statement he made today. Now, in my own case, I feel no pressure. I had no hesitation in saying no, and as I say, that ended the subject. But we'll monitor this, and we'll keep after it.
When you met with the President, and I have in front of me one of the exhibits in it, including the agenda, and it said if Baker appears to be truly desirous of cooperating, he might be told there are matters unrelated to the bugging incident, Kalmbach, Segretti, and such. Were any of that brought up in your talk with the President?
I have no recollection of that. As you remember, I asked Mr. Dean if he could recall how much of the agenda that he dictated was discussed with the President, and he indicated only 2 items. That is, I told the President I thought he ought not to claim executive privilege. He told me he hoped we'd hurry along with the hearings. When I told him that I thought he ought not to do it, I think he pretty well skipped the rest of it. But I don't count that as pressure either. That was my recommendation to the Chief Executive Officer of the country, and I'm happy, as a matter of fact, that it's worked out that way.
Senator, thank you very much.
The White House apparently failed to sway Baker, and its current strategy remains unclear. It issued 2 separate versions of the questions by Special Counsel Fred Buzzard, and Buzzard himself is now at pains to explain that his statement wasn't the official presidential position. And if it wasn't, what is?
Key question for everybody right now is, how is John Dean doing after 4 days? Well, I'm going to pose that question to 2 everybodies who watched today's session with us, David Austern of the Georgetown University Law School here in Washington, and Stephen Hess, former Nixon aide, author on political subjects, and now a senior fellow at Brookings Institution. All right, first of all, Mr. Austern, what's your assessment of John Dean at this point?
I think John Dean is doing very, very well as a witness. Lawyers sometimes don't make very good witnesses because they are so busy analyzing the legal aspects of the questions that are being thrown at them that they forget that answers have to be spontaneous and direct and that they have to answer questions. But I think Dean is doing remarkably well. I must add, however, that I think part of the reaction that I have is based on the fact that the questions that are being thrown at him are, for the most part, very easy questions. They are questions that do not really probe. They are questions that are very easy for him to answer and very easy for him to duck when he wants to avoid mentioning things that might strike a discordant note with individuals that he does not want to offend. And except for Senator Gurney, I think that all of the people who have been asking him questions have given him the opportunity to make almost any response he wants and have seemed pleased with his answers even when they were not responsive to the question.
How would you assess the net result of Senator Baker's questioning today?
I think that Senator Baker either deliberately or accidentally in fact bolstered Dean's testimony, and by bolstering it I mean he went over it with Mr. Dean step by step, and I think he made the testimony more direct. He made the testimony certainly more legal because of the way he partitioned it, and I think he helped the witness a great deal.
How do you feel, Stephen Hess, about John Dean after 4 days?
Oh, I would agree that John Dean has been a very cool and skillful witness. He certainly developed a pattern of very seamy activities at the White House, but I would contend in regard to that one concern, central concern that we all have, that is the question of what was the president's direct role in the Watergate and its cover-up, that all of Dean's 4 days and 20 hours and 245-page statement may boil down to that one pregnant paragraph where he talks about the meeting of March 13th in which he gives, in his opinion, direct quotes from the president concerning offering silence money and executive clemency.
What about his demeanor as a witness, as a human being sitting there? I mean, that's, of course, part of the that's weighed in with anybody's assessment of the believability of a witness. How would you rate that at this stage? David?
I'd rate it very high. He appears certainly to be spontaneous. He even laughs. There are not very many moments when one can laugh when one has been before the Senate of the United States for 4 days. He has a certain degree of spontaneity about him, and I think most of all he carries with him a feeling that perhaps, just perhaps, he has been put upon. These various threats or leaks that have been made to the press which have tried to impugn his character are valid. That is to say, he has been put upon, he has been threatened. Threats, of course, are in the mind of the beholder, but I think that Dean comes across very well almost as the innocent young man, despite the very, very damaging statements that he has made about himself.
How would you rate the demeanor factor at this point?
Well, I don't rate it quite that highly in the same sense. Dean doesn't come across to me as a type of fellow that I'd like to have as a friend or have over for dinner and cook out a steak in the backyard or anything like that. But he comes across as very cool, very calculating. After all this time, you have to have a certain respect for the fact of if only that he hasn't lost his temper. I think that I would have. I suspect maybe most people would have. He's had reason to. But that's not the important thing to him. The important thing is that he has not come across as a person who we disbelieve.
And that's, of course, the key question at this point.
Right.
Right. All right. Thank you, gentlemen.
The important thing, I guess, is that Dean has now undergone his 4th long day as the star Watergate witness, and his credibility seems to remain largely unchallenged in any effective way. Senator Baker, the vice chairman of the committee, said, you'll remember, that the central question is, what did the president know and when did he know it? Strenuous questioning by some members of the committee and questions prepared by the White House have failed to shake Dean's contention that the president knew a lot and quite early. The one doubt the committee has succeeded in raising, and that, I guess, by Senator Gurney, is whether different interpretations may be placed on the facts that Dean has consistently recited for 4 days. So his charges against the president stand, and seem likely to stand, until the former Attorney General John Mitchell takes the stand the week after next. Now, Mitchell has been cast by the White House as Dean's patron and co-conspirator. The role he chooses to play, a corroborator of Dean or a defender of the president, may well be the decisive fact in resolving this most important question facing the committee. Is Mr. Nixon as innocent as he claims? For my colleagues at NPAC, Peter Kay and Jim Lehrer, I'm Robert McNeil. Good night.
From Washington, you've been watching gavel-to-gavel videotape coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. This coverage is made possible by grants for special events coverage from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and the Ford Foundation, and has been a production of NPACT, a division of the Greater Washington Educational Telecommunications Association.